reaction. It's like, get
Yeah,
over
yeah,
here. um,
yeah, yeah.
but she is with you, and she's awed at your strength, and she says you have the social ability and the tenaciousness that she wished she had had when she was.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood SO fashion traditional stuff. So let's see what we have. No special announcements. Heirloom. You can, a straight razor lasts 200-300 years if you take care of it, and of course that's the key. They take a lot of. They're very high maintenance. I mean, you think that woman down the block is high maintenance. This try a straight razor. You have to oil them and grease them and then run them over a stone to sharpen them, then run them over a strop to level them out. And I don't like to spend more time taking care of my tools than using them. You see, it's one of the reasons I don't drive. The cars take too much time, too much high maintenance. And but the shaving thing, there's a way around it. There's a way that you can get an old-fashioned straight razor shave with none of the hassle, not any of it at all. And I use it as a form of meditation because you pay attention to what you're doing. Let's face it. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. If you take raw steel to your face, and you ain't paying attention, well, you're going to have not much of a face left. But it's not hard to do this. It's very simple, and there's ways to do it so that you're not going to cut yourself. And really, seriously, men have been doing this for hundreds of years, and it's the closest shave I've ever had, and I just enjoy it because, to me, it's like meditation. I hated shaving. It was a chore, but now it's meditation. You relax. I do anyway, and I do it. So I'd urge you to check out at mojoacademy.org, not just the shaving soap, but the book called A Modern Way to an Old-Fashioned Shave, which I wrote so I could share my experiences and knowledge with you. And ladies, that's a really good gift for men. You want to talk to my wife sometime about that. She just loves the way the smoothness of my face since I gave up using standard shaving stuff and switched to this. And I assure you, there is zero maintenance involved. There's zero maintenance. You don't have to worry about an heirloom $400 razor. Why bother? This is just beautiful stuff and a good stocking stuffer. So if you something you want special for your guy or the guy in your life or some guy or to tip the mailman, I'm sure they'd love that. It's just I'm not sure I want armed mailmen with straight razors. So, but what you might want to do is consider the Mojo Brothers shaving soap. And if you don't have a shaving brush, because you need a shaving brush to use shaving soap, take a look at mojoacademy.org and the shaving brush page, shaving soap page for an offer to get a free shaving brush. You see? Absolutely free shaving brush. And then also, this is all because I mentioned that there's a brochure that you can download. In fact, I like shaving so much that I do it before I go on the radio. That's a fetish when you get there, but it's relaxing. It's so soothing and it's quiet and it's your time and there's no point in rushing through it. So check it out. That's just my little hint for stocking stuffers for the day. Obviously, a book makes it'll tear your stocking. You don't want that, but the metal containers, that each metal container has one tablet. I know it's fashionable among shavers to refer to these things, shaving soaps, as a puck, but they are much smaller than a hockey puck, and they're technically they've always been called a tablet. Get that, because that'd be a great stocking stuffer. It's a good gift for a guy because it's a nice old-fashioned traditional thing. And as somebody who reads tarot cards, hey, I'm into old-fashioned traditional stuff. So let's see what we have. No special announcements particularly to make. I took my little red things that I always take to get ready before a show. No, they're not uppers or downers. They're strawberry pez. That's what I do. It kind of lubricates my mouth a little bit. I have no other announcements other than to say that if you have any Halloween stories or ghost stories, or if you want to be in touch with someone who has passed, this is the best time of year to do it, because the veil between this world and the world to come is really thin this time of year. That's why we have these holidays now at this time of year. So I'm going to, as you hear, I'm shuffling up the cards. There you go. And I am now going to get into the readings. Why don't we just go right to it? Now that I've told you about Mojo Brothers shaving soap and down here in the Purple Grotto, it's a wonderful environment. I mean, there's a few bats that fly by from time to time, but that's just life in the grotto. We're going to ring a bell 3 times now to determine that we have entered sacred space. And now we pull back the curtain on the magical window for Mindy in Pasco, Washington. Hi, Mindy. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Oh, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
Well, my cat, she's not doing so well, and I don't know what happened to her. I don't know if you can pick up anything on her. She had a mini fever this morning, and
let's see what happened. Well, I don't know if there's anything I can see in the cards about it, but what I can do is I can I can show you how to send some positive energy. Let's see if there's something we can do. Would you like to do that? Let's see about healing energy.
Sure.
How's that? Sure. Let's see. What do we have here? Let me see if there's something specific. I'm looking in an ancient book of forgotten lore, as Edgar Allan Poe used to call it. Before a battle. I have to remember that one. Breaking a hex. I didn't see anything about any hex being there. How about this? Because there's a magical book that everybody's got. They just don't know they've got it. It's called the Book of Psalms in the Holy Bible. And here is one that you might be able to use. Let's see. What am I? I'm looking at this. That's silly. I'm looking at the wrong page. I'm looking for Psalm 89. So what does your genius here do? He goes to page 89. This is this is a long one, but I think that it's worth it, because this is somebody. I know what you mean. This is a living creature who's very close to you. So recite Psalm 89. It says calls the attention of the great physician who can heal all maladies and ease all suffering. So you could just take like a white candle, burn it, and recite Psalm 89, keeping healing and health in mind, and that'll send positive healing energy. Okay?
Okay.
So, and let me just see here. See, I'm getting cards. I'm getting cards of protection. So maybe you can do something and just spread that protection around. How's that?
Okay.
Is there anything else you want some help with?
Just maybe if you have any information or any guidance.
I'm not quite hearing that. You're pretty muffled. I'm not making out what you're saying.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better, because it was muffled before.
Okay. So I was wondering if you could, if you have any information on a battle that I'm battling right now with an ex-landlord.
Yeah, well, yes. I'm getting cards of a conflict and struggle. One thing is that it's the Seven of Swords, and that's a fascinating card. That means you're not being treated fairly. You're not being treated nicely. You're not being treated properly. So, but I guess you suspected that, right?
Yeah.
Um, I have the Knight of Swords. That's about the appearance of conflict. The Eight of Swords, that you're not quite sure exactly which way to go, what's going to happen with this. God, Six of Swords. Well, this is a heavy-duty thing. I'm getting all these sword cards here. The Six of Swords is telling me that you're going to be able to deal with this and get to where you want to go. The Strength card here is good. They're not going to wear you down. That's usually the kind of thing that happens. Everything else is all, I mean, this is remarkable. Let me count these cards here for 1 second here, and you'll see what I mean. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards. 8 of them are swords, and that's about conflict and fighting, and from this context. There's another one that's also the Queen of Swords. It's looking good that you're going to win this, because I've got the 10 of Swords, which means that the worst part is over and things will get better. So hang in there with this, because that's the Strength card. It's saying don't let them wear you down, because if you hang in there, you'll do okay. All right?
Okay. Do you know why they're doing that to me, or why do you know why they've done that to me, or what?
All I see is that they're mistreating you. They're not being fair with you. They're not being honest with you. They're lying about you. Does that fit in with what's happening? Yeah, because I've got those cards. You know, I got the 7 of Swords and the 5 of Swords. Those are cards about people not doing nice to you. And all the other sword cards are there too. But the main one is the 10 of Swords, which means that you'll survive this and you'll be okay. All right?
Okay.
Keep that in mind, and remember this. Remember the Strength card is here also, because that's saying that you have the strength to deal with this. And look, I've had battles with building owners myself that have lasted for several years, so I know that they have whole departments about wearing people down. You know what I mean? Some of them, not all of them, but some do.
That's what they count on.
But they're picked with you. I think they're picking the wrong person because of. I have the 8 of Rods here, which tells me there's going to be some movement in this very soon.
Okay, so the direction I'm going is good.
You're headed towards changing things, because you got the 6 of Swords here, which says that you have a degree of control here, so you'll get to where you want to go. So that's good. Okay, so hang in there and see what you can do, and also get legal advice. Please get legal advice. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, that's really important. I mean, they've got it. You should have it too. That's the main thing. But it looks to me like you're doing well. It's like here, I have the Temperance card. That means in your life, the balance will be restored. It's difficult, but the outcomes are all very good for you here. So keep that in mind. And that may be able to help get you through some of the rough spots, because they balance and fear. And you're going to survive that. That's what my cards show.
Okay. Is my cat going to survive too, do you think?
That I'm not seeing one way or the other, but the card I just got now is the Sun card, which is about healing and health and growth. So there's a good possibility. But do what I said about the 89th Psalm and keep in mind healing when you read that, okay? You do it once a day for the cat.
I will do that.
I will light a candle and send positive energy your way tonight. How's that?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hang in there. These are rough. I know these are rough times for you, but the Strength card shows me that you can handle it. You can deal with it. Doesn't mean it's going to be fun, but you'll get through it. And the 10 of Swords means the worst is over, so you'll come out all right.
Okay, perfect.
Bye-bye.
And when you...
Thank you. I've got to run. And let's see. Let's just shuffle up the cards. So you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, 3 floors below the streets of New York in the long-neglected, virtually forgotten Purple Grotto. The old days. Alexandria in Atwater, California is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend Elliot. Thank you.
Oh, glad to be here.
My question to you this evening is, I've been trying to seek out a nice assisted living or skilled nursing facility for my 90-year-old dad. And because of the place he was living, was sold to a corporation, and they're closing down. And I have been looking every day, and I've been looking and looking, and I'm getting very stressed out over it. And I just want a little bit of confirmation that I'm going to find him a place soon, and it's going to work out. That things are going to be okay, because sometimes I just get really stressed out.
Well, yes, and the cards I have indicate that the stress is there. First, I want to tell you the first card I have is the Wheel of Fortune, and that means the situation you're in now is going to change, and it's going to change for the better, so that's good. The next two cards are the Five of Rods, which shows a bunch of people in a little bit of a mob whacking away at each other with sticks. That is about a stressful situation and people fighting. And the Ten of Rods is there, which is an oppressive situation where a person is taking on a great responsibility, and it's a heavy burden. So the cards are validating that, it's not like you're being weak about this. You're facing something heavy, and it's weighing on you. And so that's, the one thing that people worry about is maybe this is just not that bad and it's me. But no, this is very difficult for you, I can see. So that'll be okay. The Two of Cups is here. That's telling me that you're going to meet somebody who can help you out with this. And the Nine of Cups is a very good, happy resolution that things will be okay. It's still, I have the Three of Swords here, which is a heart pierced by swords, which means it's a very sad situation, but you're going to get it done, and it'll work out. Here's the Two of Rods. That means a person waiting for the results that they're seeking, but they do come. So I do think you're going to be fine with this. Here, the Sun card again. I just had that a moment ago for somebody else. Healing and health and growth and happiness. So the cards are showing that you're feeling overburdened right now because you're in the middle of something that's really, truly difficult. It's painful and it's difficult, but you will prevail. That Nine of Cups is a happy card. This is a card of a person who is satisfied and has their needs met and enjoys things and enjoys life. So I think you're gonna find a very good place for your father.
Wonderful. That's good confirmation. Thank you. I appreciate that. And this new person coming in, would this person happen to be like a highly professional person? Maybe 2 years.
And it's an interesting cards here. They both have a man on it. And down here on the earth. And the other is the Hierophant, which is a card of religious authority. So it could be somebody from a religious charitable organization. Very good chance of that. But these are two very powerful figures. So yes, and listen, the next card I have is the Ten of Cups, which is great happiness. So I'm seeing things working out well. But as you know, it's very difficult. So, anything else you want to look at? Alexandra, are you there? Oh, sorry, I thought I lost you.
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
No, I'm here. You cut out a little bit when I asked you about the person. Could this person possibly be like in the field of medicine?
Well, it is possible. I'm not. Let me see what else I can get here. Ooh, I have the Justice card also. That could mean a lawyer too. So that could be good. That could be somebody who knows the legal ins and outs here. But the Magician card, and the Hierophant card show a magical spirit. Those are both cards of spiritual power. So if it's a medical person, it's not just your run-of-the-mill pill pusher, but it will be a healer, a true healer, a true doctor, and those getting few and far between. But you'll find somebody good. Keep an eye out for legal stuff.
Like a surgeon.
that would be that wouldn't be out of the question, but I'm not seeing one thing yes or no on that.
I see. Well, thank you, Reverend Elliott, for the confirmation. I really appreciate it.
Well, take care of yourself, because that 10 of rods, it shows that you're feeling very burdened. So take some time out for yourself. You can't help other people if you don't help yourself first. You know that. So help yourself a bit more. Do something luxurious and nice for yourself and relax. Okay, because I went through a couple of years of helping my wife in a severe medical emergency, and I now I understand. I had a chance to put my own theories into practice, and yeah, I did have to take time out for myself, and there's good reason for that. It's not being selfish. It is not. It's like fueling your car. You know what I mean? It's, although not as expensive. You know. So, yeah. No, look. Now I've got a card here that is of interest to me. It's the 10 of coins, and the reason is it shows a happy family centered around an old man who is content. And it's about the family and lineage and ancestors and then descendants and all. But what's interesting to me is the image on the card. It shows a happy family that is centered around a very old person. So there you go. There's even a nice dog in that picture. And the old guy's got his hand on the dog, and the dog has a paw on the guy's leg. You know, so that is good. The vibes of that are really, really good. I feel good now looking at that card. So things are going to go your way. You're doing a great job, and you'll be rewarded for this. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good rest of the evening.
I sure will. I mean, I've picked up so much great positive energy from you. So yeah, this is a two-way street. Thanks a lot for calling.
All right.
Bye. Bye.
All righty. Good night.
Good night. And let's shuffle up the cards. And you know, this is it's a very difficult thing when we are suddenly thrust in the position of having to take care of someone close to us. And it is something that, in my experience, not just in what I had to go through in my life and with my situation here, but in the lives of other people I've worked with and known, in that we find reserves of strength that we didn't know we had. And we find a lot about ourselves. We find out a lot about ourselves. And we rise to the occasion, I find, as human animals, more often than not. And we are not, culturally, we're not the kind of people who, you know, put people out on the cold mountainside to die. You know, we help, and we look for what's best. And I can tell you, I mean, I'm going to skirt the politics on this, but as you know, above me here is New York City. And I live in New York, and I see a lot in the news about how terrible and horrible New York City is these days. And I just don't experience that. I just don't. Those of you who know New York City know, and this is a remarkable thing I'm about to say, since the lockdowns ended and since people got back out on the streets, when I wait on the corner for a light to change so that I can cross the street, more often than not, I get into conversations with complete strangers. And we just talk, and then the light changes, then we go on our way. And it's just a nice encounter. I spoke about this briefly a week or so ago about the conversations I've had with homeless people on the street who have been viewed as a horrible and alarming threat here. Well, it's a sad situation, and it's heartbreaking. But people are people, and I have known people who became homeless, and you know, they know what that can do to you. The point I'm making is that there is a natural reserve of humanity and shared experience. Folks, we are all in this together. We are all on a ball that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and traveling through space. We are all connected. There's one grand consciousness. And when I hear stories about how terrible New York especially is, I'm reminded that when I went for a walk the other day, a week or two ago, with my wife, who's learning how to walk again after a horrifically damaging experience, she fell down while we were walking. Of course, she was holding my arm, so she was able to let herself down gently. But 3 people came right over to help and get her up on her feet. 3 total strangers, I mean, complete strangers. We have sidewalk cafes here. One guy just got up and left his table where he was eating with a friend and came over and helped. Complete strangers. Now, this is the city that we are told is everybody is vicious and evil and it's horrible. Let me tell you something about that New York stuff. You know the song Sinatra, right? If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, they say, meaning New York, right? Well, it's the opposite. If you can't make it in New York, you ain't making it anywhere. This is such an inviting town filled with opportunities. It's challenging, especially since the rents have gotten so wacky and out of control, but it's not a cold-hearted, horrible city. People help each other. People do good things for each other. Yeah, there are people who go out of their way to use the process to hurt people. I remember covering people like that when I published a newspaper here in New York, and we had more support to expose those people than opposing it. You see, their life is good. We all do it together. There's a hard veneer some people like to put on in various cities, but people know inside how to behave and how to be nice to people. And there's a lot more of that going around. It just doesn't make the front page of the papers. I mean, there's nothing in the newspapers that say, woman falls taking a walk, 3 strangers help her get up. I couldn't even help her. They were there so fast, these people. See, that's New York. That's New York City. The city that never sleeps, which, as an old buddy named Ed Hochstein used to say, that's why it looks so crappy in the morning. But no, this is a sucker's town because we're all saps. Meaning we're good-natured, good, solid people. We're not the tough guys that people pretend they are. Look at this movie, Sweet Smell of Success. I mean, that's an engrossing movie, but that's not the New York I know. And I was in the theater. Speaking of theater, now let me tell you, if you can't make it here, I knew a guy who came to New York years ago just to be in the theater, just to be on Broadway and be an actor and be in the theater, and he loved it, but he got nowhere. He failed. You know why? This is puzzling to me. He hated gay people. Now, come on, guys. How can you want to be in a business like the theater and hate gay people? First of all, if you have hate in your heart, you're not going to succeed in something where you have to communicate. And theater is a form of communication. And when you have hate for even a segment of your audience, people are going to know it. But could you imagine that? Why would you want to go into the theater if you have so much hatred for a group of people who are almost prevalent in theater? Good Lord. Why do people do that to themselves? But they get filtered out. It's a wonderful town, as the old song goes. New York, New York. It's a wonderful town. And I'm a native, and I love it, and I wouldn't want to live anyplace else just yet. Who knows? I might branch out. The sad thing is, every time I've left New York and gone on a trip somewhere, all I've ever seen were other New Yorkers. So what can you do? Terry in Bandon. Look, I almost said Brandon. You see what the news has done to me. Terry in Bandon, Oregon is next.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight?
Can you hear me? I'm above ground, sir.
So, I'm not quite making out what you're saying.
I'm above ground. Now, let me get the phone.
Oh, good. that is good. Yeah, it's like the guy who gets up in the morning and checks the newspaper obituaries and says, "Okay, I didn't die. So I might as well go on with the day." I knew somebody who used to say, "I'm too old to die tragically young, so I'll continue." So, what can I look at for you tonight?
Well, that was my friend that set me up for this. My name's Jennifer. Hi.
Hi. Oh, so you're Jennifer, not Terry.
Hi, sir.
Hi.
No, Terry's sitting right next to me, though. She's a regular for you, so I've never been on your show.
Well, hey, it's just a conversation. What can I look at for you?
So, okay, I'm going to give you a little bit of background. Talking about New York, how you can't make it there, you can't make it there. So I'm vegan. My mom was vegan before I was even born. There's no demographics that I would fit into for that city. I'm still technically a virgin. I've never had children. I'm not part of any religious organization. New York, I probably wouldn't make it because there's no group that would help me. But over here in the woods where I live, in the middle of nowhere, I can make it. I can eat off the land, and I mean.
Well, you'd be
so my mother just recently
surprised. Passed. The thing about New York is that it's a totally artificial environment. So yeah, I mean, I've done my share of camping and hiking and the Appalachian Trail and stuff like that. So I understand where you're coming from. But on the other hand, we have like Central Park here, which I'm not comparing to the woods. That's totally landscaped and it's artificial also. But there used to be a guy who taught a course in how to eat in Central Park because scallions would grow there and various kinds of edible things would grow. So, you'd be surprised. There's a group for everything here in this town. But yeah, this...
Not for vegans.
Yeah, well,
so it's not like a place where you get food.
I know plenty of vegans here in New York. Let me tell you, though, the thing is, the main difference is we are in New York City, and this goes for just about any city, it's a totally artificial environment. We are living in the product of the imaginations of many people. It's just not the same. I mean, let me put it this way. You look up at night, you're not going to see any stars because the lights cancel it out. So it's not a natural way to live. There's nothing wrong with living in a natural environment. I loved camping. I loved being in the woods. It's just I'm a city guy at heart. But yeah, there's room for everybody. And it's a big-hearted city. System,
which is something I've never had. So.
Well, I certainly didn't have my family supporting me. I'll tell you that. And be, my own in a way. I mean, we're talking about somebody who got thrown out of the house at 11 years old. So I've been on my own quite a while. So, but I still love the place, So, anyway, you will, believe me, if you come here, you will find like-minded people. There is always a way to find people. I don't know, do people still do meetups? I guess not. I mean, I think that might have been killed in the pandemic, but there are so many different groups, so many things. I actually, here in the middle of the city at the Ansonia Hotel, where the Continental Baths used to be, which became the notorious Plato's Retreat, that's where my Boy Scout troop used to meet. I actually joined the Boy Scouts here in the city as a child, I might add. So yeah, what you don't find, you can make, and you can make it happen. Which is not to deny your experience, obviously. It's just I'm just letting you know that there's a little bit more to New York than you might imagine, and there are parts of this city that look like the woods. It's not just all Manhattan. I happen to be in the Times Square area, but there are parts of the city that are almost rural, and we're not far away from the countryside. So. What can I look at for you, though?
Okay, so my future in the next 6 years, 2028.
Right. What would you like to know?
Okay, so I'm on a path right now, and I'm just wanting to know if it's going to be viable. Am I going to live through the next 6 years? In the next 4 to 6 years is what I'm really, between 4 and 6 years from now. How is my life going to continue on after 6 years? Because if it doesn't, then why am I even trying?
Oh, so you want to know if you're going to die within the next 6 years? Is that to put it bluntly?
If I'm going to be killed, yeah.
I'm certainly not seeing any indication of that. Not in the least. I'm seeing quite the opposite. I'm seeing all kinds of cards of life and hope and joy and happiness. The sun is a card here for one thing. That is a card of healing and health and growth. Shows a little baby on a white horse surrounded by flowers, and in the sunlight. There's nature there, that's pretty decent. Gee, I hate to disappoint you, but I see no calamities coming your way in the next 6 years at all. I see good things. I see you're going to make things happen for yourself. That's the Six of Swords. The Ace of Swords tells me that your thinking is evolving and changing and growing, and that's going to be the big influence over these next few years, is you're going to change the way you think. It's going to grow in certain ways. And I'm not saying you're going to repudiate the way you think now. It's just you're going to see things differently, and your thinking is going to evolve, which is nice. The Empress is here. Now, that's another good one for you, because that sounds like the kind of person you are. This is a person who makes things happen and grow. For instance, in most tarot decks, this is a woman surrounded by fruit and vegetables and wheat and things like that. So it's a person who can create abundance.
So I'm going to ask you to shuffle again. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's happening with me, okay? So you'll know.
Sure.
And I would like you to get so shuffled. So my mom recently passed unexpectedly. She was due to a counselor, and she leaves me with no living relatives, no family. I have no living relatives, no family. I've never been married. I'm still technically a virgin. I have no children. I'm completely alone. So I look at my great-grandmother, Edith Tillman, and I learned that she's the first woman ever to be elected to the House of Representatives in Texas.
Oh, excellent.
4 women had the right to vote. So they went on to make the man made her the Speaker of the House, first female, and they made her the first female Supreme Court judge. Well, that's all cool, but she started the whole women's suffrage movement, and for the first time ever in 2028, 53% of the voting population is women. That plus the fact that my mom was vegan before I was born, and I found out through my great-grandmother, Edith Farrell, that her father, Benjamin Franklin, and I have Native Americans. So I've got 74% of the voting population. So I'm thinking about running for president. Well, I'm actually studying online right now. But I know that it's something I never wanted. I never wanted to be president, sir, but I'm willing to sacrifice the rest of my life. And even if I am assassinated, the chance to make a real difference.
Well, I'm telling you, I don't see any violence your way. I don't see any suffering or sadness. I see good things coming. I see plans being made. I see plans coming through. You know, it's up to you. I mean, the outcome I'm getting for you to look at the next 6 to 8 years is positive, and it's growth. And let me put it that way. That's the one thing I see in this next time frame that you want to look at. In all the cards I look at, I see growth. Okay, so that's good. You're working on it. And I think that we'll hear from you. How's that?
Okay, but if you would take just a couple minutes and reshuffle them and redraw them, so I'm just saying you'll see something. I'm just asking you as a favor.
Well, I'm doing that now. I mean, I just shuffled them again. I have the 9 of rods. You're very prepared for what you want to do. That's a good sign there. The 9 of cups. This is another 9, which is a good figure, which tells me that's a card about getting what you want and enjoying things and doing well. Temperance shows a life in balance and harmony. The 7 of rods, somebody who can wipe away obstacles and get things done. These are showing a powerful person who is in the process of growing and changing. I can't do anything in this limited format to show you anything deeper. We can do an off-the-air reading if you want to get in touch with me, and we can spend as much time as you want. But just to answer your one question, this period that you're looking at is not a time of danger or a problem for you. It's a time of growth and achievement, and you're going to attain all kinds of interesting things. There's new things emotionally happening for you. That's the Ace of Cups. Remember, we already had the Ace of Swords. So you're headed in for a very interesting period of time. Okay?
Okay.
Stay in touch. You know, I'd like to know what happens.
Thanks.
Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle them up. I've never had to deliver the disappointing news to someone that they're not going to get bumped off. But, well, you know, being dead isn't everything in life, right? Holly in York, Pennsylvania, you're on next. Hi,
yes.
Holly. Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm all right. I've been better.
Well, let's see what we can do to gin that up a little bit and make you feel even a little better than that. What can I look at for you?
Well, I'm wondering if there's better times ahead.
Oh, yeah.
It's been really tough for me lately.
No kidding. I mean, it's been tough for everybody, but it's really been very, very bad for so many people. Let's shuffle them up and see what we get.
Okay.
Because overall, I see things coming out much better, but I'm going to look specifically at you here. Okay. Here's a good start. It's the 8 of Swords. That's a person who feels stuck and trapped and can't go anywhere and do anything. That's followed by the Page of Coins, which means that there's money coming your way. The Ace of Rods, something new in terms of work and career and life and things of that sort. The 9 of Rods, I just had that for the previous caller. That's a person who's prepared for what's coming and can handle it. Now, here's the $1 million card. The Ten of Swords. The Ten of Swords means that the worst is over. The life threw its worst at you, and you're still here.
Really?
Yep, that's what that shows. And that means you're going to get up and you're going to do fine. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be easy. That definitely doesn't mean it'll be easy, but it means that you're going to do it. And you have, this is the third time tonight I got this card, which is the Sun, which is healing and growth and health and happiness. You see, the bad stuff is going away. But right now, it doesn't look like that because you're feeling stuck. If you look at the Eight of Swords as a card, it shows a person stuck.
Yeah.
There is a card here that and I expected to see this card. It indicates that one phase of your life is coming to an end and another phase is beginning. So you'll be able to look back on this time as the ending of where the past came to go, and now you're moving into the next phase of your life, and it's going to be very good for you. There's a mystical side to you, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, now of course I'm saying that because I had the High Priestess card here, but that's the kind of thing that I could infer that anyway because you're calling a show like this. But the High Priestess is here, which means that you're a person who's intuitive. You can see behind the veil. You've got the Magician card. It's the same thing here. The Judgment cards, because these three cards are major cards. And this tells me that you're at a turning point in your life. This is a very important time in your life, right?
Okay.
The High Priestess shows that you're intuitive and spiritual. The Magician shows that you have the power to use that spirituality here on the earthly level. And the Judgment card means that you're going to get what you deserve, what is owed you, you will get. And it's also a card of rebirth. It's a card of rebirth. Okay. Now that fits in with what I said earlier, which is that I've got a card that indicates the end of one phase of your life and the beginning of another. It's almost like a new you is coming.
Yeah.
So hang in there. Just please hang in there because there really is good stuff coming. And I assure you, if I didn't see that, I would tell you. If I saw something that wasn't so hot, I would talk to you about that, and we would deal with it. But you have, in fact, you have great spiritual power, probably more than you know, because that's the Fool card I've got. The Fool card doesn't mean you're a dope. It's not about being a fool. It means the person is the beloved of God and has great spiritual protection and power. Have you ever felt that? You've gotten into some bad situations, but you worked out, it came out okay? You have spiritual protection. These are four major cards. They're among the four most important cards in the deck. I'm going to tell you what they are again, so you can look these up if you want to. The High Priestess, the Magician, the Judgment card, and the Fool. This is telling me that you're entering a phase in life that's going to be really, really good, and you're ready for it. You deserve it. That's the Judgment card. Yeah. And you're the one making it happen. You're not just sitting back waiting. You're making. So as difficult as this can feel, because change, even change for the better is bad for a lot of people. People won't take it. It's true. And there's this thing called, the psychological stress units for getting married, for instance, are the same at the same level for getting divorced. So there's no value judgment here in terms of the nature of the change. But in your case, you're changing things in your life are going to be changing for the better, but that still takes some getting used to. So let it wash over you and meditate on these things and tell yourself that there's a new stage in life coming. Here's the Ten of Cups, great happiness, great joy. The Justice card, again, along with the Last Judgment, that tells me if you're involved in anything of a legal nature or it could just be a general thing, you are about to get all the things that you have been denied that you feel that you are deserved. It's coming your way. Okay. I've got to run. I've only got about 2 minutes left.
Okay.
But I thank you
very much.
This is a very good. The thing is, right now you're feeling stuck and nothing's happening. Don't let that overwhelm you, because great change is coming your way. Change really for the better too. So I'm going to light a white candle to send positive energy your way. But you know something, with a reading like this, you don't need
thank you.
You've got loads of positive energy coming. So hang on, because you're headed for the ride of your life. Your destiny is coming to knock on your door, and it's got good news for you. Okay. Got to run.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. End of another session of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, show number 27,892. Well, it's 300 and something. I've lost track. I do number these shows in my files, but I've been pretty lax for the last few months. I think I've been lax since I had that flu in the spring. Whoa, that was one mother of a flu. Yeah. So remember, these are very stressful times, you know, and we have a whole industry called the news, which is going to try to dump as much anxiety into your system between now and election day as possible. That's what they're there for. And you know what happens the day after the election is over? They start covering the next election, and they want to ratchet that up. So we can't all be, living on tranquilizers, so, or gin. We just realize that these are people who are paid millions of dollars to keep us upset, so that we tune in and watch. So don't let that get to you. So I will be back again next week, same time, same place, and we will look through the magical window of the tarot. Remember, till then, as I said earlier, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Alignment Mentor with Angie Harris. Live from AngieHarris.org.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, and contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio, or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Alignment Mentor
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
This is your host, Angie, for the Soul Alignment Mentor. And if you are just tuning in for the first time and listening to me, I do spiritual mentoring and holistic therapy, really, with those who are going through a spiritual awakening or wanting to heal spiritually. And I'm also an author. I have 2 books, Leaf Lessons and Composting Ego. If you are interested in those, they are both on Amazon, or you can find them anywhere online. And so you can read up about my own personal story and also read some channeled messages that I have received about healing from spirit. And that leads me into something I wanted to talk about today that you might be feeling right now. There's a big energy shift happening on the earth where people are stepping into wanting to live their most authentic life. This might be causing you to feel really some discomfort in your personal life right now, whether that is in relationships or in your job. There might be some areas in your life that you're feeling like you would like to change, or you're not as satisfied with how they are going. And what is happening right now energetically is there's an attempt to help people to release old energies that have held them back from believing in themselves. That could be self-limiting beliefs, or even from trauma that you've experienced in your past. And if you know anything about animals, when they have a traumatic event, for example, if there is a deer that's being chased by a lion out in the wilderness somewhere, if the deer is able to get away, what will happen is the deer will stop after the event and then shake all of the energy out of its body so that it can move forward and let go of all the trauma and all the energy that it just experienced while it was being chased. But humans don't do that. Humans often go through a traumatic event and then we hold the energy in our body. And so in order for us to heal events in our body, we have to know what it is that needs to be shooken out of us and how to do that. And that's really where I put most of my focus in services, is to help people learn how to work with their own energy, which in turn would also give them more inner strength and then the ability to change their thinking about themselves and the world around them. But you first have to understand what it is that you need to shake off. Like the animal, it knows it's shaking off the energy of what just happened, what just it went through by being chased and its life being threatened. And even humans will have experience during their life that they feel like their life is being threatened, even if it's not. But a lot of the trauma is stored in the body because the body and the mind feels alone in that circumstance. And until that is acknowledged, it is stored in the body and will cause you to feel a certain way in your life, whether that be in relationships or in a job or in any way that you might be struggling in your life. And so being able to work with the energetic system and know how to release that energy will help you to move forward in life and reprogram your thinking. So I did want to take a call today before I ended, and I see that Renee from in Margaret, New Jersey is on with us.
Yeah.
Is Renee? Hi, Renee.
Hi.
How are you today?
I am good. How are you?
I'm good. It's rainy where I am, so it's one of those days I want to take a nap, but it's good. So, are you calling
Good.
in for general reading, or is there a specific thing that you wanted to get answered?
I'd like to, I guess a general reading.
A general?
I think
Okay.
that's safer.
Okay.
That's safer.
Okay. Is there a topic that you want me to tune in for, or just?
I would like to know, is things going to get better?
Okay, are things going to get better? So the way I do my reading is I'm going to pull a oracle card, and I will just connect with this card to see what Spirit is wanting to say to you directly through it. So I may pull a couple of those, and then I will just see if what I'm hearing from Spirit is aligned with what you are wanting or needing at the time. And so I will just start out by pulling one of these oracle cards. They just have little sayings on them that will get me connected with your spirit team and my spirit team to know what is going on. And you know what's really interesting is I just pulled this card right before I started this today. I wanted to tune in to see what message to bring today, and this is the card that came out for today's message, so it must have been for you as well. Prior, Spirit knew that you would be calling in today. So this says inner strength. This explains inner strength as nothing moves me from the path to the light because I have complete confidence in myself. I release my innate qualities and abilities and know that with God, I can do anything. All the power I need is within me. And so this is telling me right here that some of the things that you were struggling with, I'm sensing there's quite a few things. I think there might be some struggles. Like I'm hearing in my spirit like a questioning or like a worry around possibly finances or like a decision you're wanting to make. And I feel like there might be some confusion on how to move forward for you. Does this make sense?
Yes. Very much.
Okay. So what I'm hearing Spirit wanting to encourage you is to remember that you are connected to source energy. You are connected to God at all times. We just forget that because we start to look at the circumstances around us, and that causes us to fear. And fear gets in the way of what Spirit is trying to guide us in. And then we lose the ability to connect with our intuition and make decisions based on what our spirit is guiding us to do. And so I'm hearing Spirit say to you, just remember that you, deep inside of you, is the answers and the what you desire, the desired outcome that you want. You have that ability to do it. It's just, if you were listening prior to when we started this reading, I was talking about how the animals will shake off trauma in order to reconnect with themselves. Because what happens is when we go through things in our lives, that energy from that experience gets connected in with our energetic field and with our ego. Our ego begins to believe a certain way about things. And then that's how we view our life. That's how we view things around us. That's how we view ourselves. And so we get confused on our human beliefs and the way we see the world, and then our spiritual understanding. Because when we take a step back and we look at things from our higher self, our higher perspective, we understand in some ways that the things around us are a reflection of what's happening internally. And what I'm actually hearing Spirit wanting to say to you right now, is there something that you feel like you're supposed to be doing, but you're not sure if you're supposed to do it?
Well, I always worry about taking care of my mom the right way. That's always my fear.
Okay. So are you kind of the sole person that's taking care of her? Is she like struggling with her health, or
Well,
is she
she's
actually
90.
She's 90. Okay.
And I mean, she's on 100%, but thank goodness she's okay.
Right, right. Does she live with you or near you?
She lives near me. She doesn't live with me. She didn't want to live with me. That was an issue.
Okay, so she's still wanting to be pretty independent, which is great for 90. So here's something that, I really feel like Spirit wants you to know is that anything that you do out of the energy of love, anything that you do that is in service to another person is always aligned with what Spirit would want you to do, because love is our greatest mission in this life. Our spirit is pure love. And so therefore, what you provide in love will always be reflected back to you. Now, I'm also kind of sensing that sometimes this strain takes away from your own self and taking care of your needs. Does that happen?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I'm going through right now.
Okay. And because I just heard Spirit say she needs to take care of herself, because here's reality. There's not a single person in the entire world that's going to make it out alive. You and I won't. Nobody will. And it doesn't mean that we neglect things or we let things go. It just means that we have a perspective that things are eternal, that things will always remain. And so I hear Spirit saying to you, continue to provide support and love, but don't neglect that for yourself, because your cup is empty. You are pouring from an empty cup right now, and this is causing you to feel more stressed than what you should. You can't give what you don't have. And so Spirit is wanting you to set boundaries around your time, around how much you think about this. Particularly, I'm hearing a mental strain more so than physical, because you worry a lot. You worry, am I doing enough? Am I supposed to do this? And it's almost like there's times, like I just got this message that you will do things even when you don't want to. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Very much.
Okay. So I feel like the most important message is for you today is to remember to come back to self and self-care. And then since we do have such a short amount of time today, you're always welcome to reach out. And I do healing sessions with people to help them to kind of pull their energy back in and be able to manage these things. But Spirit's main message to you today is love yourself first. That's what Spirit wants to say to you. So I do hope that is helpful. You are very
helpful. I can't thank you enough. Thank you.
You are very welcome.
So much.
Yes, and I definitely will be praying for you, and just hang in there, and just know everything done in love always returns back. But do that for yourself first.
Thank you.
You are welcome. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. If you would like to reach out, you can always find me on my website, angieharris.org. Look forward to seeing you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Medicine for Your Spirit with Raylene Byrne. Raylene Byrne. Live from RayleneByrne.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Medicine for Your Spirit
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Namaste, everyone. It's Raylene Byrne, Medicine for Your Spirit, coming to you from Queensland in Australia. So it's lovely to be here again with you all. We've got a we are in a huge, big, energetic upheaval, and we're seeing it playing out everywhere in the world. So I just wanted to let you know, I pulled a card before today's show, and the one that's come up, and this is a universal or a collective message, is this one: peace. Peace. Isn't that interesting? What's going on in the world? And in the background, you can see over here, I have this beautiful painting of, it's an image, a representation of Mother Mary. And Mother Mary always, I'm not a religious person, but it always comes to me as a sign of peace. Where are your peaceful thoughts? You know, where are you walking? Are you walking in irritation, agitation? Are you trying to find a peaceful pathway? So there's a whole lot going on. And in this big upheaval that we're all going through right now across the planet, and it's got more hectic and more chaotic and more desperate for many, many people, we're really starting to see clearly that how we've done things in the past is not going to work this time. We really need, this is the next card I pulled, innovation. We're really needing new ways, new focuses, new practices, new upgraded thought processes. So with everything that's going on, especially now we've got a full moon coming up and an eclipse, everything's going to be heightened over the next week, very, very heightened. So it is really important for us to ground, be hydrated, be aware that reactivity is going to come out of us very quickly, so we have to pause a lot. I did say at the start of this year that there are 4 ways to navigate this year, and I think we're going to have to use these 4 ways for the next few years. And that is pause, reflect, connect, and then take action. And right now, this is going to help us find the new ways within us, the new innovative ways of how to deal with all the chaos that's showing up around our lives. I highly, highly recommend getting into meditation. I highly recommend journaling. I highly recommend lots more silence, quieter times for you to really be with yourself and pay attention and observe where the reactivity is, where the triggers are. Because when we start to change that in ourselves, we start to have a lot more peace that radiates out of us. And maybe then we can find innovative ways to move forward in this really hectic time. I just send a prayer out for everyone to be safe over the next week with this heightened energy and the war drums getting louder and louder. Let's be safe. Let's not be divisive. Let's start coming together in that place of peace so we can find new ways within ourselves to be in this world and to see a new world that we can grow. So I've got a person who's called in, Taylor from Rhode Island. Nebraska, oh my God, I need to write these things down. Taylor from Nebraska. Here I am. Is there anything I can do to help support or give you some guidance, Taylor?
Yeah. So I've been dating this guy for about a year and a half. We have a kid together, but like, I don't know. What is it like? I mean, how does he like feel about me? What is his intentions?
Okay, so really interesting. How do you feel about him? How do you feel
Well,
about
I care
yourself?
about him.
Yeah. And how do you feel about yourself?
I don't feel too good about myself. I mean, I've been through a lot within the last couple of years. Like, I lost my husband, and I just don't feel really good about myself right now.
Okay, so look, I don't know if you've seen me do any other shows, but I'm really big on, I don't like doing prophetic stuff for people because it's, for me, I find it's a disempowerment process because we know the answers. I'm all about medicine for your spirit, which lives within you. So when it comes to relationships, when we have questions around what's going on with a person in our life, we need to go within ourselves and find out where it is that we're not congruent with ourselves, where we're not 100% happy or settled with ourselves, because our closest relationships will always show us the agitation, the unrest, where something still needs to be healed or brought into more peace within ourselves. So I feel that this person in your life, the first thing I'm getting around him is I feel there's a lot of, the communication thing isn't great, but there's an energetic support. I feel like he's quite supportive of you. Do you find that?
Yes.
Yeah. And maybe that's his care, his love language. I don't know if you've read the book, The 5 Love Languages, but when you do, it really shows you how sometimes the aspects in relationships that are a bit tricky are often because we have different love languages. So your love language might be you need more validation or more words of love or appreciation. And that's what you're wanting, and that's how you do it. His love language, if it's supportive, is completely different. So sometimes a love language is a person who wants to give gifts all the time. Sometimes it's about giving their time. So it's really important to look at that as well, what your love language is, what his love language is, and how you can navigate that together. Now, how he's feeling about you, I feel he's with you at the moment. You've been together for a little while. I think because you in yourself have come into this relationship not quite good in yourself, there's a part of you that's withholding. And so you're wanting more from this person around you, but you're withholding parts of yourself. And I think that is where the key is for you. You need to, or you can do whatever you like, I shouldn't say need to, maybe have a look at that within yourself where you're a little bit guarded because you've been hurt, you've been through a lot. You like the company, you like to have someone in your life to do things with, but you might find that you're a little bit more protective of your own heart because of what you've been through. So to have a deeper, more connected relationship, that part of you needs to be addressed so you can open up a little bit more. Does that make sense?
Yes. Do I need to address it to him or to myself, or?
Sorry, what was that?
Do I need to address, like, like a part of me needs to address, like, do I need to, like, tell him, like, communicate with him about it, or, like, just within myself?
We can only work with ourselves.
Oh.
You need to, well, you can tell this person that you're needing to do some more heart healing on yourself or whole healing on yourself so he knows where you're at. It's really nice to let people know where you're at. I'm just going to pull a card for you as well. But I do feel that when we do the work on ourselves, it benefits everything around us. When we start to feel better, everything in our life starts to show up that way because we are a creator, and what we're giving out, the energy we give out is what comes back to us. I'm really big on that. So I'm just going to pull a card for you for Taylor. Here we go. Feminine wisdom, passion, sensuality. Look at this. This is beautiful. So it's not just about, this is about you knowing yourself, you really knowing yourself and opening up to yourself even more. And even that beautiful lion that's there, that's telling me straight up, you need to work on your own heart. You need to have a courageous heart. So you can speak up more about how you want this relationship to be, how you want to be in it, what you need in it. So you can grow and flourish with this person if that's what you really want. But it all comes back to you. This is about you being more in touch with yourself, with your own knowing, your own feminine wisdom, and filling yourself with that joy and that passion for life. And then that's a healing. That's a big healing for you, which means that how you interact with others will be a lot different.
Okay.
Does that sound doable for you?
Yes.
So the first thing you do is to start journaling or meditating. Or you can go and get, if you know people who do, healing, or if you're into counselling, whatever, you start with, I'm the priority in my life. So I'm going to give you a little thing to think about. And it's a really nice process to do each day. I'm all about fast, effective things to do that make a difference. For so many years, we've been struggling with humanity, especially women, have been struggling with understanding that they are enough. It's a big thing. But what if we forget about trying to be enough? Let that go, because we already are. Consciousness sees us as completely different than how we see ourselves. So what if each morning for the next month, just try this, or for the next 21 days, when you get up in the morning, stand up at some point before you leave the house or before you interact with anyone, take a deep breath in and state as a command or a declaration to life these words. Today, I step into my expansive, glorious self.
Okay.
Today, I step into my expansive, glorious self. Once a day, you don't have to do it 20 times a day, 6 times a day. Once a day, in full awareness, you're grounded, you state it. You actually have to state it out loud or verbally. And you practice that once, do that every morning for 21 days and see what happens. Your energy starts to shift and you will start to connect deeper with yourself, and you will start to realize, I don't have to worry about being enough or for anyone. I am this expansive, glorious being, and I can have and be the life that I want. It's very simple and it's very profound, and it starts the process of you connecting to yourself and seeing yourself from a different angle, and not from a broken or a need to be fixed angle, but from a I have everything I need angle.
Okay.
Okay. Does that feel okay for you?
Yes.
Good. All right. Well, I'd love to know how you go with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, gee, the time goes fast, doesn't it? I've only got a few seconds left. So I encourage anyone who's tuning in to, if you want to know more about me, please come to my website, rayleneburn.com. There's lots of stuff there. There's beautiful oracle card, free readings there. There's lots of things I do to help people, because my mission is to let people know that they have their own medicine. You got to tap in. You are the medicine for your spirit, and that's what I offer. So lovely to be here again. Happy eclipse and full moon. Take care.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Evenings with Kimberly,
The Comedian Media.
live from KimberlyWagonMakers.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Evenings with Kimberly
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, good evening. It's Kimberly Wagon Makers. I'm back again. This is my second time back. Hopefully you guys can follow me Thursdays, every Thursday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific time and 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Today I decided I'd talk less about myself, even though I've got so many amazing stories, but I thought I would take more callers to help more people out. So anybody that needs psychic or mediumship, go ahead and call in. Now's your chance. I got to learn to read these chat bars. Something popped up, but no name. Let me see. But yes, I'm ready to take calls. I'd like to focus on that, helping people today instead of talking about myself and being the crazy comedian I am. Is anybody there waiting? Okay. I can't tell. I popped up the chat bar, so maybe that'll help me. I'll start looking at it. But yes, I am a certified international medium, psychic medium. And I've had the gift since I can remember, very young, but I started putting it into practice when I went through my own loss in 2019. That's when I came out of the closet and said, I don't care who judges me, because religions tend to judge me and say it's bad, but every time I finish with a sitter, a human, I get nothing but thank yous and appreciate your service. And so I know I'm doing the right thing. And so I've been doing it now. Since I got certified, I got more brave and more brave and more brave. And now I'm doing radio. I actually went on to my business Facebook page and did 3 hours live with just names in the chat bar last week. So that was so upset. Hi, Suzanne.
Hello.
Hi, Suzanne. How are you?
I am doing well. How are you?
I'm wonderful. So you're in, it looks like I'm reading, I don't know too much about geography, but I see it says Georgia.
Yes.
So you're calling this evening. Were you looking for psychic or mediumship? I feel like it's psychic.
Yeah, just something more like in general. We're looking into possibly doing some modifications on the home and things like that, or just anything in general, career-wise or whatever.
Yeah, less is more. The less you tell me, the better the only thing I like is like yes and no's to lead me in the right direction, but I kind of felt like you wanted more of a psychic reading than mediumship. So I will delve right into that. You helped me out a little bit, darn it. But so you're spending money on a lot of home improvements at the moment, and you wanted to know if you were making the correct decisions. Do you really want the truth? Do you want my opinion? Do you want the answer to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course.
And I know sometimes it's hard though. And I have your approval to connect with the divine, the other side, to help you.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So, I am inclined to tell you not to spend too much money on, how do you say, redecorating, upgrading your home. I feel like you're doing it because you maybe want to upgrade to another home and you feel like you'll get more money out of your home by doing this.
Okay.
Am I on the,
Maybe a little bit.
okay. So the market right now is really good. And I feel like there's more inventory than there is for sale just because of interest rates. So now I'm talking business. But I would say if you're really, spirit's going through my nose. Whenever I do that, it's not gross. It's nothing weird. It's just spirit. When your nose, it knows. I would say that if you're really wanting something modern, I would encourage you not to maybe waste that money and just put your house up for sale. You'll probably get more than you think you'll get anyway. And then you can literally pick what you want and all those specific things. I feel like it might be a waste of money that you don't need to waste. Does that help you at all?
Okay. It does.
Okay. What else would you like me to go into? I feel like your relationship is already, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the chat bar. I don't feel like we have, okay, hold on. Okay, trying to read the chat bar and go very quick. But I have 5 minutes left with you. So do you have any specific questions? Because I feel like your relationship is very steady and strong. I don't feel like there's any issues there. I feel like you have kids, but I feel like they're really not kids anymore. I feel like they're more grown up. Can you hear me?
Sorry, yeah, you broke up just a little bit.
Oh shoot, where did I lose you?
But no, they are. That they're not grown up, they are.
Yes. That's what I said. So I feel like I feel like you have kids, but they're not really kids, they're grown up. So maybe that's where we got cut off. So I'm correct.
And you're still cutting out just.
Oh, I don't know why that connection, because okay. I'm sorry if we're breaking up though, dear. But I'll just try to talk loud and hopefully it goes on. But yeah, so I feel like your kids, you have children, I'll say, but they're grown up, so they're not young kids. I feel like your relationship is good as well. So there's nothing to talk about in that category. I feel like maybe this reconstruction you're doing on the home is also kind of like a hobby thing, but I just would rather see you maybe just save the money, sell, and move into something you can pick that is already the way you like it.
Okay.
Does that help? And ask me or tell me where you want me to rewind or.
No, I moved into another part of the house, so I can hear you better. So I'm actually outside now. So I can hear you better now. I don't have the best reception here sometimes. So, but no, I understand what you're saying, and we don't know if we want to move yet. And I think that's why we're just kind of doing the upgrades, because we're not quite sure. Because if we're going to stay, we want to do it, because we like where we're at. We just don't know where we're going yet.
So really, I guess I would want to encourage you to really talk about it and think about it. Because I'm feeling like I'm hearing the number 45,000, and I'd rather see you wait and really talk about it and make sure, and not down the line end up selling and not really getting, because you can get your money out right now, and more than you think you can get, you'll get. So you could move into what your dream is unless you really love being in this location. But I think that I feel like it's more of a hobby. Does that make sense?
I don't know if it's more of a hobby, but I think it's more needed than just one part of the house, not the entire house. So I think once we get that done, then the rest would be hobby.
Yeah. So just, I don't know if the 45,000 rings a bell with you, but that's a lot of money. So just want to encourage you to really think and make sure, because you guys could easily get your money and more than you think right now and move into what you want. Now, hit me with your next question or any question you have, because I want to get it all for you.
No, I understand. I appreciate that. Maybe my career path and then my husband's.
Well,
Or either one, whatever you're leaning more towards.
No, I'm just thinking about it, both of it. So are you 39?
No, I wish I was. I wish I was 39.
What? Because I'm hearing 39. So does that mean anything to you or him?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay. So I would say, like, both of you have been in the same career. I feel like you both have been in the same career most of your life. And 60 seconds. I feel like you've been in the same career most of your life. And at this point, I probably wouldn't recommend switching into something totally new unless it's what you love.
Okay.
But I think for the stability, I would stay, both of you, in what you're doing, because I feel like it's what you know and it's what you've both been doing for a very long time. So it's going to be better for your retirement unless there is something that you want to pursue that you really love.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. My name is Maria Leggett, and I'm coming to you live from Dayton, Ohio. I am so happy to be on here. I have several things that I want to talk about tonight. So let's get to it. First of all, if you live in the Dayton area in Ohio, I am doing an Intuition Development Circle on the 4th Saturday of every month at Temple of the Rebel Goddess, and that is in Dayton, Ohio. And you can sign up for that on their website, templeoftherebelgoddess.com. I do a free Practice Your Intuition, which is a webinar. So I will bring one person in and we start helping them to understand their signs and symbols. It's a great beginner class for somebody who wants to start learning how to use their intuition. That is the first Tuesday of every month. So that's going to be the Tuesday coming up. And that is on templeofthesacredcircle.org. You can sign up for Practicing Your Intuition. And then the second Tuesday of the month, we have Developing Your Intuition, which is a paid class. I only allow 10 people to come in so that we can start working on different tools to use to develop your intuition. I have a beautiful new class coming up. It is called Your Intuitive Soul, and it is a 4-week course starting on Sunday, November 26th. And it is going to be 4 Sundays in a row from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern. And it's going to help you to meet your higher self, learn how to connect with your higher self and your soul, find out what your soul's purpose is, and how you can learn to understand the signs and symbols that your higher self is sending to you every day so that you can walk through this earth in a more authentic way. And so that is Sunday, November 26th. And then if you go to my website, marialeggett.com, and that is MariaLeggett.com. And if you sign up for my emails, you will be able to get a Sacred Space guidebook downloadable today. And that is a guidebook that's going to help you to learn how to set sacred space so that you can open up and talk to your own spirit team, learning how to be able to set space so that you only hear from the type of energies that you want to hear from. One of the biggest concerns that I have for my clients is that they're afraid to open up because they don't want to hear from any dark, lower vibrational energies. And so this Sacred Space guidebook is going to help you to be able to set those parameters so that you're no longer allowing any of those energies in. And if you sign up for my emails, I send out a weekly email, usually Sunday night. Sometimes it goes out on Monday. And it's called Energy of the Week. And I pull cards and I post pictures of the cards. And I give you a nice synopsis of what everything means for the week that's ahead, what you can look forward to, what spirit is asking you to do this week, and how you can start to help yourself to get through any difficult energy that's coming up. So I love to be able to do that with you. The other thing that I want to talk about is anybody who does this work, right? Any psychic or any medium who does this work, we all have scammers who try to copy our business. They try to take from us what we have worked so hard to do. I have people who will imitate my Facebook page, Maria Leggett Medium, and after I go live doing a card pull, they comment on everybody's thing saying, oh, message me. I have a message for you. Friend me because I have an important spirit message for you. No psychic worth their salt is going to reach out to you and say to you, I have a message for you, pay me. We don't need to do that. And we don't need to do that because we have ethics that we stand behind. And we know that word of mouth is the quickest way to build your business. We know that Google reviews are going to build your business. We don't need to step out and start begging people for money and giving messages that are going to talk about hurting people or upsetting people in your lives. I've had 2 clients in the last 2 days explain to me that scammers have reached out to them on Facebook specifically through their DMs and said, you have a dark cloud hanging around you, and if you don't do this, you're going to die. And it's not okay. It is absolutely not okay for anyone to reach out and say that to you. It's not true. If you had a dark cloud, you'd know. And what winds up happening is these people wind up getting a lot of money to take care of your dark cloud. And the truth of the matter is only you can take care of your dark cloud. You can pay someone all you want, but as long as you believe that dark cloud is there, it's not going to leave. So it all comes from within you. So it's important to me that we share that information out with everyone today. So I want to take my caller. Hello, Matilda. How are you?
I am good.
How may I help you today?
Well, I'm actually just wanting to see what my future holds. I mean, there's some times where I'm like, a little bit angry and sad at the same time just because I lost my father from dementia. And sometimes lately, me and my fiance, we used to be real close, and now we're like always like at each other's throats. I just want to see what our future holds.
Okay. The first thing that I want to say to you is when it comes to Dad, what I am hearing is it's important for you to know that everything that you said and everything that you did, his soul was aware of the things that you said to him, even though his earthly mind was not aware. And that he wants you to know that nothing went unsaid, and that he wants you to know that he is with you whenever you want him to be. He only comes if you call him to you. Does that make sense?
Okay. So my dad is always with me.
Only when you ask him to be. If you say, Dad, I really need to feel you next. Yep. And I don't know why that's important, because most of the time dads just kind of roll in whenever they want to, because my dad comes in whenever he chooses to, even though I don't ask him to. But your dad is very specific and says that he only comes if you ask him to come and be with you. So he wants you to know that he's honoring that boundary, and he comes only when you're ready for him to be around.
Okay.
All right, let's pull some cards and let's see what we have going forward. All right, Spirit, what does Matilda need to know about her future? Okay. I am using this beautiful Earth Magic deck from Stephen Farmer, and we have a lot of really good information going on right now. So we have this new moon card that has come up out of the deck, and it's a beautiful new moon, and it shows a couple sitting in front of water. The new moon is all about new things, new beginnings, things that are coming to you. And Spirit is showing this to me as it's a way for you and your partner to make date night time together, because they're showing me as though there's kind of a disconnection, as in, we've gotten through life, we're doing the things, and we don't necessarily make time to reconnect in a romantic way. And so Spirit is asking you to set aside time in the coming months to be able to have a date night, whether it's once a week or you do it once a month. But it's important that you start to communicate with each other on a daily basis. How was your day today? What was the best thing about your day? What was the difficult thing of your day? And being able to just start that dialogue so that each one of you feel like you're being heard. Does that make sense?
Yes, because we've been like fighting a lot lately.
Yeah, and so this shows me, so the next card we have is this beautiful card. It says love, and it has the word compassion on it, and there are two hands touching a heart. So this lets me know that there's still love in the relationship. The issue becomes we need to nurture it. And when we get caught up in our minds and we get caught up in our emotions and our feelings of you're not hearing what I have to say, and the other person says, well, you're not hearing me, we are now at an impasse. So we need to be able to find a way to drop the walls, drop those things that we've put in between us, and find a way to come back together and remember the love that we had when we first got together. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Wonderful. The next thing we have is we have this beautiful card called Lightning, and it has the word power on it. And the lightning is showing that it's going right down into the ocean. And so we have water with these big rising tides, right? These big waves that are coming in and smacking. And okay, thank you. Spirit is talking to me and saying that it needs to be that the power doesn't belong to one of you in the relationship. It's important that the power is always split, that you become equal partners in things that you do, rather than one person feeling like they have all the power in the relationship. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. Yes.
And when we recognize that balance of power between the two, right, between the masculine, the feminine, whatever it is, that is when things will come into balance and be more even, and the storms will start to slow down instead of this tumultuous, rocky things that we have. and being able to allow yourself to be more at peace and more at ease. And this is going to be really important for you to be able to say, okay, I need you to hear me. So it's important for you to start speaking up and saying what's important to you. It's also going to be really important for you to sit back and allow your ears to open so that you can hear what your partner has to say to you. The next card we have is fire, and it's this beautiful word, passion. And so this is showing me that there's still fire and passion in the relationship. We just need to remember not to give up. It becomes so easy sometimes in this day and age to go, you know what, I'm just walking away. It is much harder to stand and fight for what you know is right. As long as you are not being abused physically or emotionally, and you just feel like there's a disconnection between the two of you, things can work out. Everything can come back around as long as both parties are willing and still have the passion to make the relationship work, so that you're equal and not one having all the power and the other feeling less than. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so finding a way to connect is going to make everything else in the future look like it's much easier to deal with, because when things are tough at home, then everything outside of home looks overwhelming. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And that's going to help you to be able to process and move forward in a more comfortable way in your relationship. And it's going to help you to step out of the crossroads where you're like, I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. And then decisions are going to be much more easy to make like this. Does that make sense?
Does it show? Yes. Does it show like we're going to get married in the future, or?
It didn't show me that. It just said that there's passion still there. So it's important that you both begin to work on it. I thank you so much, Matilda, for being on the show. I appreciate you, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much to all of you for being here. I am so grateful to you. Have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday night. Have a good one.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the mini medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the mini medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Right. Happy hump day. Happy Wednesday. And it's almost our full moon, almost 3 days away day. How's that? We'll throw that in there. So I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am so looking forward to the readings tonight here on my podcast, but also on my Facebook page. So if you happen to hear in about an hour, in 7:30 Mountain Time, and what is that, 6:30 Pacific Time and 9:30 Eastern. I'm getting these down. But hop on my mini medium page on Facebook, and I will be doing free readings for a couple hours. So if you're listening and by chance that you happen to have some time, hop on there for sure. And the readings are just going to be incredible. I'll tell you, the veil between us and the spiritual world is so very thin right now. So I've done many, many readings the last week or so, but the veil got really thin about the 15th as far as, as we've noticed. And then what happens is about November 1st, it starts to not be as thin. So we get past good old All Hallows Eve, right? And the witches' Halloween, right? The witches' holiday. But once we get past that November 1st, then the veil starts to not be as thin. It's still thin, but just not as thin. So I expect readings today to be just absolutely incredible, especially when we're connecting with mediumship. So connecting with loved ones who have passed, with those beautiful loved ones in the spiritual realm. And I can't wait to see if we get some beautiful connections that way. But so what we'll do, like I always do every week, I am going to give you the affirmation that I received. Now, many who know and have followed my podcast, I can't even believe, by the way, I have been with A1R for over a year now. And I'll tell you, it has been such a pleasure to work with such amazing people behind the scenes and just genuine, beautiful souls who really care. So happy anniversary to me. I think that was like back in August, but so we're a little over a year, but I love it. I'm still here and I enjoy it. So sharing every week, my gift has been just incredible. I've got to meet so many amazing people. So like I was saying, if you've been watching my show for a year or just the last couple of weeks, hopefully you'll continue. But I pull a card, which is an affirmation message, and I also get numbers. So just before I get on to my podcast, I sit and I meditate and I take some time to really get myself grounded and centered and focused so that I can ultimately give 100% of myself to you. So, which I love, the process takes time. Definitely drains us, readers, but that's why we keep doing it, is to share our gifts and have to recharge ourselves once in a while for sure. But anyhow, okay. So the affirmation for everybody, this is such a great message, and I really hope that all of you can say this affirmation, say it back to yourself, believe it 100%. Okay. So I want you all, as I say this, repeat in your own, in your mind or out loud. I'm telling you, you got to do that or else it won't stick. So your affirmation says, I am valuable. Many people are thankful for my presence in their lives. You all are valuable. You all have a purpose. You all are meant to be here. You all have some beautiful soul's connection. And I'll tell you, your soul's purpose is given to you, before that you're born, right? Or even when, conception. So finding your soul's purpose and believing that you are valuable and that people are thankful for your presence is very important. So throwing that out there for many, because I do a lot of readings for, families that have lost loved ones that unfortunately have not felt that value. So, and we channeled the souls of their loved ones. So it's heart wrenching. So I want you all to know how special you are, 100%. So, okay. All right. Well, with that said, how about we take my first caller? And this is Deborah, and Deborah's from Texas. Hi, Deborah. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Thank you for taking my call.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. So, how can I help you tonight?
Well, I had received a message that I was going to meet my future husband on a November cruise. Now, unfortunately, that cruise had been canceled by the cruise line and rescheduled for January. So I'm wondering, did I miss my opportunity to meet my future husband? Or, I have a vision of what he's going to look like, what he's going to sound like.
I love it.
Just all the stats, that he is going to be. So can you tell me if this person is coming into my life yet, or as that opportunity passed?
Okay. Well, as you've been talking, I thought, I'm going to pull a couple of cards here. So, yes, I want to get into all the beautiful visions I'm getting. But first, before I do, can I ask you? I always ask all my callers. I'll ask you, and then my next caller as well. But the number 16 has been a very strong number for me today. Do you connect with that number, the number 16?
Yeah, that's my birthday, the 16th of May.
Oh my gosh, my friend. Oh, see, this is what I have chills everywhere. I'm telling you, this is what I love. Now, just so all the callers know, all my skeptics out there, okay? You and I did not meet before, correct? We've never met.
That's correct. No, we have not.
And we did not talk before this, right?
That's correct. We have not.
Hey, look how beautiful. So my spirit guides, your loved ones on the other side had, collaborated together and they said, Steph, 16 is going to connect with one of your callers and your birthday's the 16th. Isn't it beautiful? I love it. It's amazing. Okay, well, let's continue now that I've got chills everywhere. All right, so the cards I pulled for you, which I don't necessarily read tarot, but I love to use the cards as a guide or a tool. And it's beautiful to see how magical that even the cards will come together. So um, first off, let me show the cards on my camera here. So if you go back and watch the live or whatnot, but so the first card that I pulled for you, you pulled this Fool card. Now the Fool card came out upside down. Now I don't want you to take that word literal. You are not a fool. So we'll talk about what that means. Now, it did come out upside down, and I'll kind of tell you what that means here. Now, what I find is interesting is you pulled this Two of Wands card. In the picture, there's a gal sitting there with a globe next to her, and she's got a wand in her hand, and then she's got a wand sitting to the side. This is such a beautiful sign of you traveling, because you were going to go on this cruise. Here's you holding the wand, which is where you have control over what you want to have happen in your life. And, you do really, we all have control. We all have free will. And then the little wand that's sitting to the back of her, this is your person. This is connecting with your person that's just kind of waiting. It's so amazing. You'll have to go and look at the cards if you get a chance on Facebook or YouTube. So with these cards and how I'm feeling, everything happens for a reason. Do you believe that, Deborah?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, beautiful. Okay. So yes, November's cruise being canceled kind of was, sucky, of course, but I'll tell you there's a reason because without a doubt, your person was not on that cruise or could not make that cruise. So you would have went on this cruise and you would have maybe connected with someone who wasn't really a great guy or girl or whoever you connect with. You said men. So and so this is the universe's way of saying, you know what, it's just not the right time, so we're going to hold off. And I really feel too that when you go in February, your whole energy, your mindset, your vibration, your light is going to be so much better. You'll be in just a better position to enjoy the cruise even more. So you're going to vibrate at such a high frequency that you're going to end up connecting with what I call your person. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
And the cruise is rescheduled for January, not February.
Oh, you said January. Oh, I'm sorry. January.
That's okay.
February.
Yes.
January. Okay. Well, this is interesting. Okay, now I've even got even more chills. So I think I thought February because I kept seeing 2 months out, which November to December, December to January is 2 months. And the card you pulled, this Two of Wands, just as more even visual validation from the cards that January is a perfect time for the cruise. So now, so I do feel like that, yes, you have. I say no, you have not missed your opportunity to find your person. January is a perfect time. Now, I'll tell you, can I tell you kind of visually what I see, what he looks like?
Sure.
See if we can. Okay, perfect. Okay. So Very much, I feel. Now, I don't know how old you are, and you don't have to say on, and I don't want you to say anything yet, but I do feel this gentleman, and I do call him a gentleman because I do feel like he has a very, he's kind of old school. So old school in the sense of, opening doors and respecting women. It just feels like he's got the good old school ways. I do feel that he's, I would say, I see him, maybe late 50s into 60s. I do feel he's got, what I call seasoned. He's seasoned. I like that word better. I also feel like he's a little sandy gray hair. I feel like he's got some really beautiful sandy gray hair. I do feel that he's pretty, not tall, but not short. I feel like, what we say 5'11", maybe a little at barely over 6 feet. He feels to me that he is very intelligent, very much an entrepreneurial, very business, oriented in that sense. He's very passionate about his family. He loves his family. There's a good family connection. I do feel his mom has passed, but he has and had a very good relationship with his mom, hence why he's great with women. So I like him. I like and I don't know what your vision has been, but boy, I'll tell you, these came in very clearly. So,
Okay.
Now tell me your thoughts. What is your vision?
Okay. Well, he is. I vision him to be in his late 50s, early 60s.
Beautiful.
And he's got a lot of hair. Well, for his age, I mean, it's full. He's not bald at all. It is, of course, graying. A very a distinguished looking, very preppy looking, business-like, absolutely. And it's some. He would be close to 6 foot, maybe a little bit taller than 6 foot, 6'1", maybe. Wasn't real specific about the height, but tall.
Yes.
So that when I wear a pair of high heels, I'm not towering over them. So
exactly. Exactly.
And so we would be close to. I am 69, and I look really young for my age. I'm not bragging, but I mean everybody is telling me that they have no idea that I'm sliding into, that age bracket. Most people think I'm late 40s, early 50s.
Well, even I'm telling you, Deborah, your energy, your voice. I mean, because people know I can't see you, so I have no idea what you look like. But just hearing you have such a fun energy and a very youthful energy. So yeah, I just hearing your voice, I would not have even thought you were going to be close to 70. There's no way, So I love that. Anything else that you picture with him?
I know that he is going to be physically fit. He's going to be healthy. So that's all, of course, appealing to me. He will live, not real far from me, but I mean within driving distance, I would say. Since I live in Forney, Texas, I've got thoughts that he lives in Houston, which is close to where the cruise line is, because it's going out of Galveston, Texas.
Okay. I disagree on that one with you, but that's okay. I can't wait till you meet this man. And you're going to have to get back with me and say, guess what? I found him.
So what did you see? I mean, okay, so tell me what you had seen as far as where he's located.
Location? Yeah. I feel like I kept picking him up more in like the Florida, Alabama kind of, I call it the Floribama area. I kept going more to Florida, which, I know Texas to Florida. I mean, that's not too bad, but not driving distance, obviously. But I kept going more to the, to the south, which I mean, I already knew you were from Texas, but I kept feeling him more in that Florida, Georgia, Alabama type area. So, so it could very well be that, or he's in Texas. I mean, I don't think that's a huge deal breaker, even if he's far away, because I feel with him being so well off in a sense, I think you'll be okay with, being able to see each other, and, that I'm not worried about. But
and that was another thing too, is that he was financially substantial.
Yes.
Not super wealthy, like a multi-gazillionaire or anything like that. But I mean, there's a possibility that he's still working. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well off, well-to-do, stable, has a good stable life. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, it sounds like you and I are on the same, mindset. I love it. I love it. Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm flabbergasted, that you have, picked up that energy from the cards and can share the same vision of who I expect to meet and who you see that I will meet. So that's great.
Yes. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Well, I hope this helped you and gave you some, some excitement and inspiration for January. So please, if you feel comfortable, keep me up to date, or keep in touch with me. I'd love to find out for sure. Okay.
I will. Yes. And thank you so much.
Yes, you're so welcome. Thank you for calling. Have such a great night. Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. Okay. Bye-bye. All right. Oh, you guys, look at the beautiful connections. Well, let's go to our next caller. We have time. So you have Sarah from, I believe, New Jersey. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, hon.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Good. Hanging in there. Yes. How did you get through the eclipse energy? Did you guys get much of that in New Jersey?
I actually didn't even know it happened.
Oh, no. That might be okay, though, because the energy was chaotic. So maybe you did yourself a favor. That's hilarious. Well, it was interesting. Here in Utah, we got to see a lot of it. It was almost, well, in a portion of, yeah, it was really cool to see, but the energy was very intense for sure. So yeah, so maybe it's a good thing. I don't know, but anyhow, but I'm happy to be here for you and help you. How can I help you tonight?
My son is 7, and I think he may have a gift. I've been told he does, and I don't know how to help him.
Oh, girl, you've come to the right person. I can help you. So ironically, or maybe I don't know if I believe in irony. I don't believe in coincidences, but when I was 7, that's when I mean, at the age of 21, 22, I was brought to the attention that at the age of 7 was my first experience with my gifts. And growing up throughout, my elementary and junior high and into high school, into college even, I knew something even something was different. And I knew that, there was something that I just didn't quite click or mesh with the other kids, in school. And I mean, I danced and cheered my whole life and I had great friends, but I just didn't, there was just something that wasn't quite right. I felt different. And so when I went and saw a psychic medium when I was about 21, 22, she's the one that opened me up to going back throughout my childhood and recognizing. So when I was 7, I saw my grandfather who had passed, and he was an apparition. I could see him. He was very, very detailed, but yet still kind of like an apparition. So anyhow, but so growing up, it was really hard. And I love that you're starting to recognize this at such a young age for him. And first and foremost, my friend, and I don't feel like that you will discourage him. Others will through life, which is really hard. But if he has the encouragement from the ones that he is closest to, your son is going to flourish like no other. So, um, some things that I would say to help him um, really is that I pulled a couple cards for you, which I don't even know if we're going to need these because I got a lot coming in. But first and foremost, does he remember his dreams?
Yes, and it's
That-
it's cool how you brought that up because he says he has a girlfriend named Olivia, but she passed away.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and he describes like how she passed, and he's like, "Mom, I was there," and I'm like, "You sure?"
Yeah. 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 And you know what you say? You say, okay, well, tell me about her. What does she look like? What was she
Oh, he
wearing?
wrote it all
Oh,
down.
oh, beautiful. Oh, I love that. At 7. That is incredible.
Yeah.
That is incredible. Well, these are the things and I was just going to say, if he's remembering his dreams or his visions or the things he's, feeling or seeing with his mind's eye, have him journal all of this because that is the best way as mediums, because it sounds to me he's got more of a stronger mediumship gift at the moment. So encouraging that and having him journal everything, it'll help him to know, for one, that it's okay, for two, that it's not anything to be afraid of, or that he's weird. He's different.
Yeah.
Absolutely, he's different, but he's special. It's a special, it's a special difference. So, have him be as detailed as he can. And, I don't doubt that in a past life that Olivia was his girlfriend, or a sister. There's some kind of connection or bond that he'll have with past life souls. You know, um, so encourage him. Also, please make sure that he is protected, meaning that please have
Yeah.
white sage or Palo Santo in your home. So make sure, that he stays protected because at a young age, when they open themselves up, they become very vulnerable and they can become vulnerable to the not such light side of things. So
Yeah.
that will
Well, he said
Go
he
ahead.
sees my cousin that passed away. And then I'm like, well, just
Oh,
so you know, he's just protecting you from anything.
absolutely.
And I was like, so don't be afraid of him.
Good. I love that. I love that. Yeah. And there are I'm not too sure. You could probably Google it, I'm sure, but there are support groups. I guess I don't even like to say support groups, but support in supporting his gifts for children, which they've come a long way. I mean, I'm 48 years old and so I mean, they didn't have that when I was growing up, so
Yeah.
but just other kids that can sit. He needs to be able to sit with someone that can relate and can just, they can talk about the things that they're seeing and hearing and feeling and knowing that others aren't. So, see if you can do that for him. Um, and also, does he ever carry any stones or crystals on his person?
What was that, hon? I'm sorry. I'm holding his brother.
Oh no, you're good. I love the cute little baby voices. um, Does he carry any stones or crystals on his person, on him?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay. So that may help as well to, well, I can't say may, it will help to protect him and deter any kind of negative energy. I would say have him get tourmaline. Tourmaline is a great stone. It's a darker stone, but he can, even at 7, he can, put it in his pocket or his backpack or I know it's 7. I don't know about necklaces because if they play, rough, it might come off, but bracelets, things like that might not be best at the moment. But tourmaline is good. Also, hematite is really good. those 2 stones, I think, will help him to deter any negative energy. Okay. That's a good start. Yeah, that'll be a good start for him, hun. But I love hearing that you are supportive and wanting to do whatever you can to support and encourage his gifts. Because I'll tell you, the more spiritual beings that we have after we die, the better off this world's going to be. I truly believe it.
I was going to say,
So,
I am a very spiritual person.
yes, good. I love it. I love it. Well, and he'll just have a beautiful support system throughout his growing up. So, but I love it. I keep encouraging him and just more importantly, make sure he's protected. Okay.
All right.
All right, my friend. Well, I appreciate you calling. I know I'm at my time, but if you're ever wanting to hop on my Facebook page, it's Mini Medium. I talk a lot about this kind of stuff. And tonight at 7:30, so in an hour, if I'm here in Utah, I will be going live on my Facebook page and doing readings. So if you want, hop on and take a look, and we'll see if maybe we can get even more connections. Okay.
All right, sweet. Thank you.
Hey, all right. You're welcome. You guys have a great night, and thanks for calling.
No problem. Thank you, hon.
Okay. You're welcome. Bye-bye. All right. Perfect. Wonderful night. I told you guys connections are incredible. Well, I am your mini medium. I love you guys. Sending you so much good love and light. I'll see you next week, Wednesday. Bye, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Larkin Psychic Medium with Larkin. Live from larkinsreadings.wixsite.com/website.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Larkin Psychic Reading
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Tonight, we are going to talk about ghosts. I am so excited about this Halloween special. Let me tell you, I only had 15 minutes of sleep last night because I do animal rescue and I was up all night and all day. That's why I look like this. There's no glam up for you today. No eyelashes, well, I found some old jewelry to slap on for you. But other than that, it's just me and my horse's stable. And cool enough, the barn where my horse is actually board, the barn and the stable are actually what you'd call haunted. So tonight for our Halloween special, and I have been dying to do this for 2 months, we are going to answer the most common questions that I get about hauntings, about ghosts, about those scary things that a lot of people, when they come to me about it, they're afraid to even ask about it. And we're going to put your fears to rest. And I'm going to tell you what is real, what is Hollywood. I'm going to tell you what things you can do to stay safe, what things you don't need to worry about at all. Mind you, in the short time we're here together, it's not going to be in depth, but it's going to be enough summary for you to go away and feel safe, confident, happy, and hopefully quite a bit entertained. If you want to go into that further, let me take this opportunity to invite you to the October 28th event that I am hosting called the Hocus Pocus Haunted Halloween Readings and Costume Party. Now, do you have to wear a costume? No. If you do, there are going to be costume prizes, but everyone is going to be getting a reading during that 2-hour event. So it's going to be about a fourth or fifth of the cost of one of my typical readings. That's a lot less for a lot of other readings. My readings are sort of kind of in the middle price range. So it's for just about nothing. You guys are going to get a reading. Plus, you're going to have free access to ask me anything and everything you want about what you're afraid of in the metaphysical world, right? Whether that be ghosts or curses or hauntings. And I'm going to help you to understand how you are truly empowered and why you can be entertained by Hollywood, but you don't have to be afraid of these things. And I'm going to show you why. So tonight we're going to cover a summary of that. And if you want to get into that more in depth, you might even have a situation where you think your house is haunted, or you think you have a family curse and you want to come to the Hocus Pocus Haunted Halloween event just because you want a reading just on that. And you can have that too. So if you want to join me there, you need to go to larkinsreadings.com. That's my website, larkinsreadings.com/shop. And there you can register. It is limited spaces since everyone will get a reading. And hopefully I'll see you there. Now, this evening and next week, by the way, we will go back to taking callers. But I do not like to do readings on 15 minutes of sleep. And I really need this whole time frame to cover and answer these questions for you anyway. Okay. So first of all, let's cover the main question. Ghosts, ghosts, ghosts. Are ghosts real? And if they're not real, what are they? If they are real, what are they? Well, the answer to that question is actually both yes and no. Are ghosts real? The yes answer to that question is yes. The things that you may experience that are, apparitions or signs of ghosts where people say, things were rattling or lights were flashing off and on, or they felt like they were being watched, or they walked through a cold or a warm cloud, or they heard whispering voices, or they saw figments of their what they think are figments of their imagination, but they might see apparitions. Are those things real? Yes, absolutely. They do happen. You do experience them. You are not crazy, okay? Are they ghosts? Well, let's look at what our definition of a ghost actually is. In our modern day terminology and some historical terminology that has been turned into entertainment, or what I like to title Hollywood, give it a very, a really, I don't want to use the word unrealistic, but it's not a real or an accurate description of what a ghost actually is. But the individual and collective human ego is so entertained by the idea of a ghost that if I tell someone, no, you don't have a ghost following you, a lot of times they'll just give me a bad review and tell me I'm a terrible reader and move on. Why? because their ego wants to believe, because it's more exciting, it's more important, and the ego loves drama. So the ego does not want to be told, no, that's not a ghost. The ego wants to be told, yes, of course it's a ghost, and it's haunting you, and you have to do these 900 things in order to get rid of that ghost, which is why Hollywood paranormal shows are so popular. It is fun for us to believe this stuff. But in my opinion, after being a lifelong paranormal individual and metaphysical person who has walked between worlds my entire life, I don't ever remember having a time in my life other than where I chose to try to ignore that I was not experiencing the paranormal or the metaphysical, the other dimensions, angels, spirit guides, ghosts, if you will, or helping people get rid of bad negative energies. So do they exist? Yes, they do. Are they the dramatic description and outcome and threat that Hollywood makes them out to be? No, they're really not. But I believe that the truth is so much more exciting. So let's cover the first thing. Are ghosts real? Well, yes, but let's look at our traditional label or definition of a ghost, right? Typically, we think a ghost is a human soul, or maybe a non-human soul, that is trapped in our world, that passed away, that died, that left this body, but they were trapped here. They were not able to leave this realm and ascend to heaven or go to hell or whatever it is you believe in, right? They were not able to leave the frequency of this world. That is actually not true. That never happens. Now, for those of you that are going, oh my God, yes, it does. No, it really doesn't. And the reason is because everything is energy. Hear the horses? Everything is energy. All energy is conscious. All energy is a constant forever, always has been, always will be. However, all energy is moving and changing and evolving. So no one is ever trapped. We also have this concept of free will. By the grace of source, God, universe, whatever you want to believe, it doesn't matter what your cognitive brain labels it. It doesn't matter, okay? We are given this grace of free will. And that, my friends, gives you an amount of personal power that you cannot possibly imagine in human form. You cannot imagine it. Perhaps if you have a near-death experience, or you have a special visit from an angel, or you channel information like I do that you could never possibly put into words, but instead you attempt to help people have those experiences themselves so that they know it firsthand and they're not having to try to rely off of what you're telling them. Or perhaps you have an OBE, an out-of-body experience, where you're able to see and experience other worlds and dimensions beyond your physical body, and then you return your attention and consciousness to your current form. But in truth, my friends, when you see a ghost, because we're short on time, here's what I'm going to tell you you are seeing. What we call a ghost can be several different things. It can be energies, entities, or beings from other universes, paradigms, dimensions, or realms. I'm not going to get into what the difference between all that is right now for lack of time's sake. We need hours for that, right? That there is a thin veil between those dimensions or those worlds, and you are accidentally or intentionally on your part or the part of the apparition that you're seeing. Maybe it's someone visiting you in an astral travel visit. Perhaps it's someone, attempting to visit you energetically. Perhaps you're just accidentally getting the wires crossed with another dimension and somebody walks across what you're experiencing. The interesting thing here, my friends, is that there is no such thing as space and time. And this is where the space-time continuum that we exist in, where it crosses, is really cool. Because a lot of times what you identify as a ghost is actually a time lapse. It's actually someone living in the time that they were there, and that those paradigms are actually crossing one another, passing through one another. And so let's say, for example, you're on an old property like this. I mean, I sense and see ghosts and spirits here all the time. Some of them I can talk to and interact with, and they know I'm there. Some of them don't even know I exist. Some of them I am experiencing back in the 1800s when they lived here. They're going about their day. And me, 150 years plus years later, I'm crossing their reality. To me, they look like a ghost. I can see through them. They float maybe because I can't see their feet. And, the perceptions of the wires get crossed. But guess what? The same can happen for other beings, parallel universes, other versions of yourself, beings in other planets, other universes, other dimensions can do this, other times can have the same experience of you. You might be a ghost to beings and humans and animals that you don't even know exist. Because why? Because sometimes you're aware of them, sometimes you're not. We identify a ghost as, something that sort of comes and goes. You can't follow it. You can't really see where it came from. You can't seem to follow and keep in touch with it where it goes. You only have partial sensory interaction with that being. And there is a whole stream of things that could be. Okay? So the same thing can happen if you are, going through a parallel dimension. I've had this happen so many times. And I remember going to a hockey game and walking in the restaurant or the restroom. And when I walked in, literally, it was a portal to another dimension. And it was such a strange world. There was a battle going on. And you should have seen the beings in this dimension. They looked at me. Like, they literally stopped. I mean, one guy had a sword in his hand and he stopped and he looked at me and he was like, "Where did you come from and what are you?" And somebody next to him was like, "Oh my God, it's a ghost, run." He thought I was a ghost. Okay. So please understand that, first of all, I want to make sure you guys go away with this concept. Okay. I want to make sure that you guys go away with this concept that you are always safe, that you are light. You are a powerful light, that as you remember who you are, you begin to discover that whether it looks like a demon and a dark energy coming at you, or whether it's, the lights are flashing, or whether you get cold. I got 90 seconds. Thank you, Dave. I want to round this up. I want you guys to understand that as you get to know your light, and remember who you are eternally before you came into this world, you will never be afraid again. And so one of the things I like to do, if you guys want to come and have a reading with me, or you want to join this event or another group reading event that I have, one of the things I want to do is not only do the reading for you about your situation, but to help you remember who you are and discover the power you have. So no matter what you think is around you, you can feel confident and know that you have the power to protect yourself and who and whatever is around you. I want to thank you all for tuning in. I want to wish you a happy Halloween and remind you, if you want to join the Hocus Pocus party, register at larkinsreadings.com/shop, or if you want to schedule a reading. And I will see you next week here with live call-in readings next Thursday on Air One Psychic Radio. Thanks to my great producer. Have an amazing night, everybody, and a safe Halloween. I'll see you next week. Good night.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3146. 24/7. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday to you, everyone. Thanks for joining me. I'm Tammy Petrocelli. This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk. Are you getting ready for the full moon and the eclipse? So what a powerful, powerful, energetic week that we have coming. So when we know that technically, what is it? I think it's 3 a.m., 3:54 a.m. Central Time in America is the official full moon, the hunter's moon or the harvest moon. But, you know, it leads up. The energy is building. It's not like boom, crash, crash, boom, bah. And that particular minute, we have this high amount of energy. Just like we talk about the veil between worlds being thinner on or about, Halloween, the 31st of October. So you are going to have a blast of energy prior to that. It's going to keep up. So by the time it tries to slow down about 3 days after the full moon, here we are, right in Halloween, right in Samhain, All Hallows Eve. So we've got a very energetic week coming up. How can you prepare for that? By setting intentions, okay? So what we're going to be doing here Friday night at the beginning of the full moon here in Newark, Delaware, is a drum circle and cacao ceremony. So we'll start with a cacao ceremony. We're going to open up to the medicine wheel, open up to the earth, the sky, the directions, and we're going to set intentions of release. All the things that you don't want, that you don't need, emotional things that you don't need, okay? We're going to write them down. We're going to sing over our cacao. We're going to, I want to just hit the chat. Sorry. We're going to sing over our cacao. We're going to write these down, and then we're going to burn them in the fire. And then we're going to drink our cacao, and we're going to set new manifestation intentions. What we want to fill that empty space that we're cleaning out. And we're going to drum, beautiful African drum rhythms. Some people will sing, some will dance. They might bring other instruments with them. That's absolutely fine. That's how we're going to do it here. If you want to do it differently, absolutely. If you just want to light a candle and write down things that you're ready to rid yourself of emotional energy that's just not good for you, burn that into the candle if you can, and then do a little meditation. You can do a little drumming of your own or just listen to some meditation music. So then you want to set your intentions, which we usually do at the full moon, at the new moon. But not only do we have this full moon, cusping that morning, we are going to have a partial lunar eclipse this time. So the British time, GMT time, 1935, on Saturday, you're going to have an eclipse. You'll be able to see it there in Europe, Russia, Italy, UK, South Africa, Egypt, Algeria. So you'll be able to catch it. They said some places, Alaska, maybe some places might be able to catch it here in the US. I certainly hope that some of us do. And if you miss it, there's going to be another one September 2024. Okay, so set some intentions between Thursday, Friday, and next Tuesday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, we want to honor the ancestors. Prior to that, let's honor ourselves. Okay, let's honor ourselves and what we need. All right, I'd love to say hello to Robin in Wilmerding. That's Wilmerding, PA. Hi, Robin, welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, how are you?
Is Wilmerding?
Yeah, Wilmerding. There's no Winkies in Wilmerding. It should be a commercial.
Where is it in PA?
It's by Monroeville, like by
Oh, so you're close to, I'm sorry, close to Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, about 20 miles
Yes.
outside of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I know that area because I have family in Pittsburgh.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
Yes.
Pittsburgh's good.
All right. So
like
welcome to the show. How can I help you today? Did you want to connect with a loved one on the other side, or would you have a question for me?
I'd like to connect with a loved one if possible.
Yes. Give me the name and who they are to you.
Charlotte, my mother.
Oh, okay.
She's been gone for a minute.
Okay. Just let me get her. Let me bring her in and let her fill me in. Now, was Charlotte not from the same area that you are? Is that correct, Robin?
No, same area. She never left Pennsylvania.
Well, what I was hearing was I stayed in the same place for many, many years, but
oh yeah, Turtle Creek. Yes, we're from Turtle Creek, a couple towns away. Yes.
Okay, thank you, because that's what she makes me feel. That's not where I was born, but that's where I stayed for many, many years. Many, many years.
Yes. Yes.
She refers to herself as a small town girl. I don't think she was big into going into the city areas. Do you understand that?
Yes, completely.
Yeah, she shows me, I believe this is her, but this woman that comes in tells me that she really is a small town girl, very laid back, like, not one to worry about getting dressed up and impressing people. Do you understand that? She really loved being home and taking care of family. And are you one of 6 or 8? Where do the 6 or the 8 children come in, please?
Maybe her. We have 3. I have 3 grandchildren, 3 great grandchildren now, but I'm an only child.
Oh, you're an only child. How many is your? What about your mother?
My mother had 3 sisters and a brother.
So she's.
I don't know where the 6 or 8 would come in. The only thing I can figure is 6, 3 granddaughters, 3 great granddaughters, all girls.
Okay. Because I just see your mom with a lot of children, whether it was her siblings, her children.
Well, no, listen, my friends always live with us. My son's friends always live with us. My mom always had kids at her house, always.
Thank you, because that's what I'm seeing is like a house full of kids. Perfect.
Oh yeah, my mom always had kids at her house.
Okay, because she makes me feel like that made her happy. That's why your house was the house to go to, because she was mom to everyone. Does that make sense to you?
Oh yeah, most definite.
Yeah.
I'm a recovering addict, and I was in jail when my mother passed. I want to know if she sees that I'm doing good. This is what I need. She
absolutely does see that you're doing well. And she says that although now remember, on the other side, there's only love and compassion, and they are with you every day. But so I'm cautious about how I say this, because I do not want you to feel bad. Readings are about healing. Okay. So what she wants to say is, although her heart broke for you in your situation, okay, nothing could destroy the love and the compassion that she had on earth for you.
Yeah, she was a good mom.
She was the best. She's like, if I could have fixed it, she said, if I could have fixed it, I would have.
I think she would have too. she went through a lot of hell with me.
I don't want, and she doesn't want you to carry on any guilt about not being able to be there at the end of her life, at the time of transition. She says what makes her happy is to see you succeeding. It doesn't matter that you were in the predicament that you were at the time of her transition, because she cares about you. You know, just like you care about her, about is she happy on the other side? Does she see that I'm doing what you understand? So she is the same for you. You're very much alike. It's neither one of you are selfish.
No, thank you. That was a compliment. I want to be just like my mom. She was a wonderful woman.
Neither one of you are selfish, and she knows that. She sees that, and she wants you to know that she sees everything you're doing. And did you recently just get a new apartment or make changes to your living?
I'm getting ready to move into my own apartment. Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm getting ready
She's
to move
aware of that.
my own,
She's going to be moving in with you.
That sounds great to me. I'm taking her with me. I'll take her anywhere with me.
And was she really, what's with her and Toaster, the toaster?
The toaster?
Is there a story about Toaster?
Well, she always, my mom was in dialysis, and every Wednesday she would go to dialysis, my grandmother would make, it was called an open face sandwich. You put it in the broiler, you put tomato and bacon, and you toast it in the broiler. That was our favorite sandwich.
Okay, perfect. Because I'm hearing like toast or toasted, and it's kind of like, make sure when you move in your new place that you make this toasted sandwich, open face sandwich. She loves the smell.
I will. I'll make it for me and my Aunt Kathy. My aunt lives in the building I'm trying to move into, so I'm moving there because I have a good support group.
Beautiful, beautiful. And that's what matters to her. And it matters to her that you be happy. You know, life, I can't say it enough. Life is for the living. And those on the other side only want us to be happy, to remember them positively. She says, and I remember you as my girl. Do you have freckles?
Yeah, I did when I was younger, but they're going away now. But I did. I had a lot of them.
She says you're a freckled little girl.
I was when I was young. Yeah, I did. I used to hate them.
Absolutely. Robin, thank you so much. They're telling me my time is up. And I hope this brings you some healing. Okay. And thank you, everyone, for watching, whether you're watching this live or the recording. And I'll be right here next week for Halloween. I don't know. What will I dress as next week? Who really will show up? Enjoy that full moon and that eclipse if you get to see it. Namaste, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Understanding Spirit
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. This is Understanding Spirit. I'm your host, Mary. While I'm waiting to see if any callers coming through today, I'm going to continue with our conversation last week with auras. The aura is a very complex energy system, and it does connect with the physical body and our spiritual existence as well. It's very important to control your aura, because we have to learn to protect ourselves with it, and also to control the energy around it with whatever's going on at the time. Sometimes you sense somebody coming very close to you, and you might not be happy with the energy that's coming through from that person. So that's what's happening on the outside. You know, the whole body is an energy field, an energy system. So, and then also internally, we have, you know, the energy that is running through our body, flowing through our body continuously. There are ways to sort of, you know, learn about your aura as well. There's an exercise that you can do if you're trying to develop. You know, you can just get a person to sit on a chair and just sense their aura around them, just with your hands. Okay. Now I feel like we've got a caller coming through. I think it's Suzette. Suzette, are you there?
Hi.
Hi,
I
how
am.
are you? Where are you
Good.
from?
How are you? I'm from
Thank
Barrie,
you.
Ontario.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. You are my first caller on this show. I'm a little bit nervous. So I'm going to try and muddle through, and hopefully I can give you everything that you need today. How can I help you today, Suzette?
I was wondering if you see any career opportunities opening up for me.
Okay. All right. So you're just after a psychic reading today?
Pardon?
You're after a psychic reading today about your life?
Oh, yes. A psychic reading for me, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll just have a look.
Hi.
I feel, Suzette, that you've actually got a lot of opportunities, right? I feel like if you just kind of take a moment to just sort of look at your opportunities, you'll realize that you have a lot more than you think. Does that make sense to you?
No, because I haven't applied for anything, and I was just trying to figure out which direction to go in.
Yeah, that's okay. If you just, I think that you, it doesn't matter if you haven't applied for anything just yet. If you have a look at your options, you'll see that you have a lot of options for you. I also see that you may need to do a little bit of studying. I see it being more like online or a short course of something to get your foot in the door.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was looking to become a Pilates instructor.
Sorry, a body what?
A Pilates instructor?
Okay, all right. So have you studied for that yet?
No, there's an opportunity to study for it in September.
Okay, beautiful. All right. So I feel like that is a good direction for you to go in. I do feel that you are also quite interested in the body. I feel like you could also like veer off from Pilates as well and be an instructor for other things too, anything regarding the body. So you're going to have more choices. All right. Are you interested in bodybuilding or teaching and instructing that at all?
I am.
Yeah, because I can see you being successful in that area too.
Oh, okay.
All right. So
Because I was looking at holistic nutrition as well.
yeah, my guide's giving you three ticks for that. I'm also seeing like juices and that with you, like especially a green one, anything that has like kale, you know, spinach, all those kind of things. And I feel like that's something that you would recommend for people as well. Are you juicing already for yourself?
Sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like
I
toying
feel
around
like
with
when
my
you
own
start,
stuff.
yeah, because I feel like you'll start to try a few different ones, and then you'll be recommending them also to any clients that you have. But I do see that anything that goes the natural sort of way is good for you. I am also being told by my guide that down the track, not straight away, but down the track, as you sort of like get your foot in the door and that, I also see potentially this is something that you can produce yourself, your own line of like juices and that, but I don't see like a big selection. I see like maybe like 5, 6 kind of different kinds of flavors, but this is in the future. It's not right now. I just feel like at the moment you've got to do your studying and kind of get your foot in the door and start. I'm also getting like yoga for you as well. Are you interested in teaching yoga? Because I see like the whole spiritual side coming in as well, and a lot of breathing techniques.
I am actually. I was looking at that as well, and I wanted to do it with kids.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's actually really good for children to learn how to center themselves. I feel my guide's showing me when she was saying that you have a lot of choices. This is what she was talking about. So, like the Pilates, where you're wanting to start, the yoga, bodybuilding, all those kind of things, the nutrition, right? I just see like once you start, the floodgates just kind of really open up for you regarding all this stuff. It's just getting the start right, just starting off.
Oh, perfect.
Okay. It's just getting yourself in the right place, around the right people. She's telling me just make connections constantly. I feel like you have a very bubbly personality, and that people are drawn to you naturally because of it. So I feel like it would be very easy to kind of network around this. Does that make sense? Do you resonate with that?
Yeah, I'm like that. Yeah, I'll talk to everybody.
Yeah, beautiful. You're lovely. You're my kind of person. I talk to everyone.
Oh, thank you.
And you know that's what we need more of, you know, in the world. And so I just see that that is. Yeah, go on, Suzette.
Do you see reading a book?
So reading a book.
Oh no, writing a book, a kid's book.
Oh, for you, yes. I can see you doing that 100%. All right, and okay, my guide's giving you, we don't have too much time, but my guide's giving you some direction with this. And remember, Spirit can just give you suggestions. You don't have to do what Spirit says. You do have free will. But I see that the book is a spiritual book. It's kind of camouflaged in a kid's story, but you're teaching spirituality and exercise and how to open up and connect for kids to learn how to do it, and just to open up and go from three-dimensional kind of thinking into four-dimensional thinking and appreciation of spirit in their early years. But my guide is saying make sure that you incorporate protecting with the white light, placing the ribbon of white light around them, and also placing themselves in a bubble of white light. But she's giving me a 3 thumbs up for that. So definitely work on it. And I feel like Spirit is going to guide you along the way with all of this as well. I hope that's helped you today, Suzette.
It has. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You're very, very welcome. Good luck with everything. All right, and I wish you all the best with your career.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate this.
You're very, very welcome. Take care.
You too.
All right, bye. All right. Well, I wish her all of luck. Everything that I was saying was so great for her. Enjoy your day. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. Thank you for joining me today. I'm Andrea Bacon, and I hope you all had a really good week. And how did you fare this week with this energy that we are experiencing? So remember that we just had a new moon eclipse, a new moon in Libra solar eclipse. And eclipse energy brings about change. So when things are in need of an upgrade, you'll find that the eclipses can create a lot of movement in our lives that lead to bigger life changes. So Libra has a lot to do with relationships, and new moons are about creating new things in our lives. Well, we tend to get stuck in the same patterns day to day, and the universe is here to remind us that we have alternative options. So you do not have to keep repeating the same situation if it doesn't make you happy and if it doesn't speak to your soul. We're always supported in living our life purpose and our soul contracts that we make before we incarnate. So usually, in order for that to happen, there are steps that we need to take first, things that need to be completed, let go of in order to be open to receive. And in these transformational times that we are in, some people are meeting new members of their soul family. They're coming together to help during these shifts that are taking place. You know, some of you might be finding new love, and that can come in many forms. I'm picking up on a new pet for some of you, which this pet feels like they are have been with you before and are part of your animal soul family. And so just be open to receive and know that things, you know, we might need to change our perceptions and things might not look exactly how we expected, but to be open to that. Because if we're closed, then it's harder to allow things in. And now we are going to go ahead and take a caller. Stephanie, how are you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm doing good.
Great. What would you like to talk about today?
Like any successes that I have, job, anything in the futuristic, like as far as business wise and things of that nature. My home, worried about my home.
Okay. Let me see what I pick up for you.
And if you feel anything or anybody coming through.
Okay. There are some things that are ending and changing for you. Okay, there is a cycle here that's ending. I'm picking up a definite energy of more stable finances for you. Okay. I actually have, you know, a lot of good messages coming in, good cards on the board for you as far as stability, happiness, and finances that are coming in. So let's see. Yeah, I feel like you definitely have been, well, you know, kind of like in a stranglehold, like hermiting in a way. It's kind of what I'm picking up. But I'm seeing connections for you. I'm seeing new beginnings, something with creativity, and you're not seeing it right now, okay? But I am seeing that it is coming that it is going to be coming for you with these new changes and these new cycles that are coming in. Let's see what else I can get. So I'm seeing a house with a small yard, they're showing me.
Mm.
And I do feel like a grandmotherly energy around you. She has, I don't know, her eyes are just have so much light coming in her eyes right now. And she's around you a lot. Um, she's showing me her hand and a ring. But I feel like she's almost like her energy is almost like healing. Like she will, you could have held her hand and you would have felt this nurturing, loving, healing energy. And she's around you now with this energy. Let me see what else though, as far as, so, okay, we have more stability coming out in the cards, financial.
Okay.
There's talking about walking away from something. Okay. I'm also, I don't know if you're going through a Saturn return, but
Am I
there's
going through what? I'm sorry.
well, it's called a Saturn return in astrology, and you might not even know. That would be around, that happens usually around in your late 20s or your late 50s. But that's the energy that's coming through. Like there's something in your chart, like astrologically, that is bringing about a lot of change, because you even have the Wheel of Fortune as well, as far as the cards go. And they were giving me that message about change for you. And the cards are reflecting it. And some things that are some obstacles that are going to be moving, and things are going to be moving in your favor. There might be something that, I don't know if you've already walked away from something, or there might be something that you need to walk away from. Okay, it might be past energy. I have something about the past and I have walking away. Would that make sense to you?
A past job. I had a very good job, and I basically, in a sense.
And you, I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to find out what direction I have issues with going on with my home. It's foreclosure, things like that. So I'm just trying to see. I just don't know what direction to go in at this time, or would it be the best,
Yeah.
Need some guidance.
What is it that you're not sure of if you should do? Like
the direction that I need to be going. Am I on the right path? I'm just in all aspects. I'm like, as far as any opportunities coming up, like successful, being an entrepreneur, owning my own business. I don't know what path to.
Are you interested in owning your own business then?
Well, I do, but it's like seems like it's so hard to get through, because it's construction, and it's like, it's tough. It's something that I have not ventured, but I do own it, and it's like, where am I going with it? I'm a realtor. It's like, where am I going with it? Like, is it going to be successful? Should I just try to stay on that path? I'm just unsure.
Yes, I am getting that's a really good path for you. And to persevere. There's some type of let go of some type of burden that is either, if you have not done so, that is coming through that will help you.
Okay.
And this is bringing up, I mean, all the things that I'm picking up are of success, stability, financial, stability, financial abundance, something creative. Like, I don't know if you've had a new idea recently about something in business.
All the time. Yeah.
About something. And then, it's coming through that you have had conflict and that you have had anxiety about this, and feeling in lack. But I don't know, there's this energy of feeling that you need to open open up so that you are not focusing only on the lack part of what you're going through, because I still feel like there's something that you need to release, something you need to walk away from that's not serving you.
Okay.
Does that make sense for
And
you?
you don't have because there's so many things I just need to walk away from. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. Well, like I get something that it's toxic, and I don't know if there's more than one thing, like taking out the things that aren't serving you. But you have so much success and financial stability that I am getting for you. But there's just something that is toxic. And I don't know if it's a relationship or could be a mindset. But that's something that needs to be released.
Okay. All right. I'm going through a tough obstacle with my home. Can you see me retaining my home, or what subject will end, how that will go for me?
Yeah, I feel like
small yard, you're accurate. You was accurate with the small yard and the small home.
Uh-huh. Yes, there's some type of decision that needs to be made, and things might change with your home. Okay, but there's movement that is coming in with these new cycles for you. So I do think that I'm getting that it is going to be okay, and that that it will be okay with your home situation.
All right. All right.
All right.
All right. All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. And that is going to do it for me today. If you would like to contact me, it's andrea.bacon444@gmail.com. If you have any questions, or stan.store/mediumandrea. If you want to look at my services, book a reading, or anything like that. But I hope you have an amazing week ahead, and have a great day. And yeah, thank you for joining me. Thank you for being here, and have a beautiful rest of your day.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Julie Yeager-Walker. Live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Your Time to Shine
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening and welcome back, everyone. I'm so happy to have you here. It has been a really crazy, busy, probably 2 months for me. I've been doing a lot of shows, mystical fair shows, and doing readings at those shows and having great success and a lot of fun doing it. And I've also completed the first co-hosting women's retreat a week or two ago, and that was fantastic. We did that in Alberta, Canada, and we are going to be launching some dates for the Portland retreat of the Angel Within. So stay tuned. We are putting that together now. It will be in spring of 2024, and it's going to prove to be as exciting as the first one that we had. So much fun, so much healing, and so much change. It was just absolutely phenomenal, and Spirit did not disappoint. So I have one more show, and then I'm going to kind of settle in for a few weeks and get a little bit of downtime, hopefully. But we have come from the eclipse, and we are into a full moon this weekend, and the energy is really intense coming off of that solar eclipse. And I don't know how many of you actually saw it. Did not see it when I was in Canada and in the Pacific Northwest. I think we were kind of cloudy, so we missed it as well. But boy, we're feeling the effects of it. And so it's super important during these times where you've got the full moon and you've got the effects of the eclipse. Everybody's just a little bit on edge. It's really important to be able to keep your energy centered and within you, and keep everybody's energy that you might be feeling around you at bay. And I was just talking to a good friend of mine before the show, and talking to her about cutting and clearing etherical cords after you've had a conversation with somebody, after you've been around somebody. And it is so important to do that, to be able to keep your energy intact and to be able to keep your sanity. And when you do this, it releases all of the weight of the energy of others so that you can stay within your own energy. And it's really easy to do. You just need to make a pact with your team of guides, angels, to say, whenever I do this motion, and I typically will snap, right? That I'm cutting and clearing all the etherical cords between me and others so that I can stay in my energy. And so when you make this pact, you just have to tell them, from this point on, whenever I do this motion, I'm asking for you to help me clear that, right? And it is amazing, especially if you have a really busy day, if you work retail, if you work around a lot of people. The information overload can really throw you off sometimes. And so if you can just remember to clear those cords, it will lift everything off of you so that you have a clearer head. You can think more clearly. you can be in that space and place of ease. It's really magical. I've been working with this and using this for many years now. And I'm telling you, I'm using it more and more and more throughout my day to clear that. I just take a moment, walk away from what I'm doing, get into a quiet space, do the cord cutting, and then I'm able to come back in and focus at what I need to do. It literally is that simple and so effective. So I encourage you to find out what that is. You can clap your hands, you can, snap your fingers, you can, wash it away, whatever feels right for you, do that. Another great tip that I like to use is using the silver shower from Creator. And I just ask that the silver shower rain down on me. And I imagine this silver shower just washing over me, every single part of my body, right? Clearing and cleansing all of that. And it really makes a difference as well. It clears your aura, it clears your energy, and you can stay in your own space and energy. It really helps, especially if you go into like an antique store or something like that. There's all those energies. There's attachments that are still holding on to some of those antiques, right? And I love antiques. I love going antiquing, but I have to be very cautious about staying in my own energy and clearing that energy when I leave the store, to make sure that I'm still in my own presence, and not taking other energies with me that aren't mine. So staying in your energy and during this time, because there's a lot going on in the cosmos with the fiery energy of the eclipse and the full moon. There's lots going on in the world too. And so being able to be that empath and stay centered and feel like you're not going crazy, these are some really simple tools to use. So I hope that's helpful. Hang in there. Like I said, lots of really intense energy out there. And so it's really important to try to stay in your own space. And hopefully these tips will help you do that. All right. We're going to go to the phone lines right now. Who do we have? We have Patsy in Louisiana. Good evening, Patsy, and welcome to your time to shine.
Oh, hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. What can I do for you this evening?
I was just wondering, can you tell me if my mother is around me? She passed when I was 20, and I don't.
Okay. I'm sorry. How long has she been gone?
Oh, gosh, a long time. I'm 60 now, and
okay. Patsy, let me just kind of tune in really quick and see if I can tune into your mom here, and see what she has to say for you, okay? There'll be just a little moment of silence as I do this. I'll be right back with you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Patsy, so I just saw your mom jumping up and down. She's so excited that we are talking. And she says, absolutely, I am with you all the time. And she's been trying so hard to get in touch with you. And so she keeps telling me, don't give up.
Yeah.
That you need to keep moving forward. You need to keep moving through it. She's not showing me what it is, but she's just wanting you to know that she's got that she's encouraging you to keep moving forward.
Okay. I've been dealing with depression a lot. I took care of my handicapped sister for 34 years, and she passed away 3 years ago. And she was like a daughter to me. And I have a handicapped child too, so anybody would understand what I'm going through would be my mother.
Yeah, of course. Of course. And when you're in that caregiver, when you're in that caregiver position, it becomes part of who you are, right? And so
Yeah,
it's almost
yeah,
like she's showing me that you're losing, you lost a piece of you, an identity of who you are when your
hmm
sister passed. Um, your mom wants you to know that you're so much more than the caregiver. And so to not let that shape your life, because
hmm
there's so much more to you than just that, so many more wonderful pieces of you. And
Oh,
she really wants you to embrace that. Um, and
I asked one question.
sure.
There's something I had to do for my mom to my mom before she passed. Just need to know if she forgives me.
She's saying she's just saying, oh, hun, there is nothing to forgive. You
Okay.
were doing exactly what you needed to do. You were doing the best that you could at that time.
Yeah.
And she knows that.
Okay. 'Cause I got a lot of guilt. I had to have my mom committed. My mother was an alcoholic, and she stopped drinking. She got cirrhosis of the liver. Then she started taking medication, and she didn't realize that the medication had to go through your liver too.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had to have her committed, and I was only 20, but thought I was doing the right thing.
She says that you did. You did exactly what you had to do.
Okay.
She says it would have been way too much and way too much. It would have been too overloading for you to be able to take on that responsibility. And it wasn't, she's
Yeah.
like, that wasn't your responsibility, she says.
Okay.
I
I was trying to save her life. Yeah.
Yeah, you had other things that you had to do as well, right? You had to
Right.
be able to be present in your own life. And if you can't be present in your own life, you can't help somebody else, right?
Yeah.
And she
Right.
understands that. She understands that, especially being on the other side, right? Where she can see the challenges.
hmm
Yeah.
Well, I really was trying to save her life because she already had a major surgery on her liver, and then she started hemorrhaging, and she's passed from that. But I knew the medication was going to affect her liver, more
Right.
so. So that's the
Right.
reason I did it. That's my main thing, because I've been living with guilt for all these years, thinking, what if I didn't done that? Maybe I would have had more time with her. But I appreciate that.
Yeah. She said that she kind of lost the will to live, honestly.
hmm
She
Yeah.
she yeah, she's showing me that she gave up. And
She did. She did.
yeah.
She had a very. My father was a very. He was a very abusive to his children. Um, he mainly abused me, and I had to tell her about it, and it just about destroyed her because he sexually abused me, and that just really was bad.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of trauma there, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, and a lot for an individual to go through, right?
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
she's saying that you're such a beautiful person inside and out, and the things that you have had to endure in this lifetime, nobody should have to endure that much. And she's sending you so much love and so much appreciation and gratefulness for what you do and who you do it for, right? Because she says it's all coming from the heart.
Yes, definitely.
She's saying,
Yeah.
I raised her right. She's very proud of you.
Well, good. Thank God, because I've been worried,
Yeah.
Because I also have a handicapped child, and some days he has autism. Some days are really rough, I'm like, she would understand,
Yes.
So, but thank you so much. That's basically what I needed to know.
Good. I'm so glad. Well, thank you so much for calling in, and you take good care.
Thank you. Okay. God bless you.
God bless you too.
Okay, sweet. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. We have Tracy in Rogers, Texas. Good evening, Tracy, and welcome to your time to shine.
Hi.
Hi. What can I do for you this evening?
I got an echo. I guess basic, tell me what is coming up for me.
Okay. Perfect. I can do that. Real quickly, there's just going to be a little moment of silence as I kind of check in and see what's going on, and then I'll be right back. Okay?
Okay, thanks.
Let's see, Tracy. So it's really weird. I was feeling this really very strange sensation of I felt like I was almost in a cartoon where, someone has this funny mirror, right? And they look at you and you all of a sudden your face becomes really, really big and then it goes really, really tiny. And it's like this zooming in and out of effect, almost like this push-pull feeling. It feels like you're either in that state right now or you might be heading into that state of feeling this push and pull, kind of this uncertainty around you.
Oh yeah, that's already happening.
Okay. Let me see if I can find out where they're going with this. Hold on.
Okay.
So what they're showing me is during this time of this push and pull, it's about looking at what the situations are and deciding what is the important factor of it. It's almost like they're showing me for you to stand in your power and say, no, this is the way it's going to go. And this is what I'm going to do. Right. So it's about drilling down and figuring out what's really important to you in this moment in time, and then moving in that direction. And as you do that, what they're showing me is it's like these cords, these ties, or these people that are maybe holding on to you. That's how they're showing it to me. Like people are holding on to you and they're kind of like you're dragging them behind. And as you stand in your power and say, no, this is the way it's going to be, it's like they lose the clutch of you and then they fall away. They fall off so that you can move through with more ease. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, somebody knocking on my door.
Okay.
I have a lot going on right now. A lot of different things going on. My health, people around me, Yeah, a lot of big decisions I have to make. Yeah, so yeah, but yeah, I've been in that state of learning to say no to people.
Yes. Yeah, standing in your power, right? Um,
Mhm.
yep, and it's sometimes really hard for us to do that. I find even for myself, it's sometimes hard to do that. But when push comes to pull, you have to be able to have some boundaries for yourself and be able to say, no, I
Mhm.
need to do this for me, and realize that it's
Right.
not what they're showing me is to take uh okay, what are they showing me here, to take that personal piece out of it. Like, when you say no, it has nothing to do with them, right? So it's like taking that
Right.
so that they can't take it personally, right? So it's not about being
Mhm.
personal. It's really about you being authentic with yourself and saying, no, I need to do this for me because it's in my highest and best. And then
Right.
moving forward with that. And then those who are truly part of what I would call your tribe are going to follow
Mhm.
and go, yep, you're standing in your power. I see that. I accept that. And I accept you for who you are. And those others are going to fall away. It's like what I'm being shown right now is you're at a very pivotal point in your life, and you're going to, as you move through this and start setting your boundaries, people are just going to automatically fall away because your vibration is going to shift and change, and they no longer vibrate on the same level as you, right? So imagine
Awesome.
imagine tuning into like a radio station, right? If you're tuning into an
Mhm.
AM station and you really want FM, you're not going to get that because you're not on the same
Right.
frequency, right? And so they're showing me that that's going to shift and change for you, but you have to be able
Lord.
to do that piece for yourself first.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Yes, because I've been wondering how do I stop them? Because I'm a helper, and if somebody comes with me for anything, I need a shower. Can I wash some clothes? Can I stay tonight? Or anything. I can't say no. I've always not been able to say no.
Right.
But I've started to put my foot down lately because it's been really bad the last 3 years of me helping people. It's turned really bad on my part. So, and now I've been diagnosed with congestive heart failure, and I started school and everything because I knew what my life purpose was, and I wanted to do this, and then wham, this happened to me, So, yeah, I'm having to rethink everything and say, whoo, stop, whoa.
Yeah, right. Right. And, here's the thing, that part of you that wants to be that helper, that's what makes you so beautiful and unique, right? But it's a very delicate balance because if you help too much, and what they're showing me is because you've helped so much and you've put others before you, your body is very taxed. And the only way to get back into a position where you can take care of yourself and you can get your body back into repair is starting to say no and put you first. And they're reminding you that saying yes to you and making you first is not selfish. It's really important to do this because if you can't put you first and take care of you, there's no way you can help others.
Right.
And they're showing me that your cup is very empty. Like it has a hole in the bottom and it is drained out. So you need to be able to plug that hole and start filling your cup up and doing things for you little by little by little and fill that cup up so that you can start getting healthy again. And they're showing me you will get healthy again. You will get back to that point, but it's going to take work on your part.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I guess I just needed to hear that. Thanks for your time and energy. And yeah, I needed to hear that.
It's, so many people already know what they need to do. And it's really just about the validation of it, right? I mean, you knew in your heart what you needed to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just so hard to turn people away.
It is. But know that there will be a time that you can take people in, but it will be at your choice, right?
Yeah. Right.
And that's okay to
Thank
do.
you.
Yeah.
All right.
You're very welcome.
Thank you
Best
so
of
much.
luck to you. You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Have a good
You
night.
have a good night.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Wow, it is. It's such, and hearing her speak, this is all a message for all of us who are listening right now. It's so important to be able to put yourself first, to heal yourself, and to do things for yourself and fill up your cup. So if you are listening, know that these messages are there for you as well. Don't forget to fill your cup, set your boundaries, and be able to say no. And it is okay to say no. And think about yourself. And it is not selfish. It is called taking care of you, self-care. It's so, so important. So I want to thank you all so much for listening this evening. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Please check out my website at wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. I am taking readings. I'm booking into mid to end of November. I have gift cards. If you want to gift somebody a reading, please reach out to me. I would be happy to help you out. And until then, have a wonderful evening, and we will see you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDSPsychicParties.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is astrology and psychic reading
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. Hope that you've all had a wonderful week. So we do have the eclipse. We have a lunar eclipse that's happening on the 29th of October. It's starting at 5:01 a.m. That's my time here in Sydney, and it's going to go till 5:53 a.m. And it's in Taurus. Now, at the same time with this conjunction, we also have opposition of Mercury and Mars, which is going to also be in conjunction with each other. So I do feel like this is going to be a little bit of an intense eclipse that we have here. Probably going to be about a deep in thought and thinking about things. We've got the Mars and Mercury in Scorpio, and then we have the eclipse happening in Taurus. So when we're looking at Taurus energy, we are looking we're feeling like stability. We're also looking at like maybe even being a team player or teamwork. We are looking at things that are like earthly things, because it's an earth sign. We're also looking at our environment, like the sort of housing, or houses, money, but also we're dealing with Scorpio because we've got these oppositions and this link up with conjunction with Mercury and Mars. So this is also going to bring, as I say, like deep in thought. Everything could be aspect or words that are coming up here. When we're looking at Scorpio, we are looking at going very deep or what's hidden underneath and pondering. We're also looking at perhaps your fears too. With Scorpio, it's about fears coming up to the surface. And it even could be doing with secrets or truth telling, because with Scorpios, they like to keep their cards close to their chest. And even, in fact, a sense of loyalty as well that's could be coming up with the eclipse, because with Scorpio, if you know a Scorpio, they're very loyal people. So, and it's also going to be a trust. So this could also be coming up feelings of trust, whether you trust someone, not trust them. It could be a sense of feeling motivated in how to say something, but it also could be like a war of words, because with the Scorpio energy, sometimes Scorpio, they have a stinger. They can be straight up talkers. So there's a sense of all these personalities and all these energies that are coming in with this. We also have it's coming up. We also got these oppositions, as I've just mentioned. We do have some tries which are going to be quite positive. We have a try with Jupiter and Venus and Jupiter, and Venus and Uranus, and bring about unexpected with money and also relationships, but also helping us with a bit of luck there. There's also a square with Saturn and Uranus there too. I just feel like it's going to be quite an interesting one. Everyone's going to want to feel stable, but there's going to be an unstable feeling about it, just with these energies that are coming up. And as I said, I feel like some more like shocks that are coming out. Might be looking at, usually with eclipses, they do affect stock markets, but I do feel like it's going to affect finances and money. Unpredictability, because we are also got Taurus in Uranus too, so going to be unpredictable things, and we may even see some natural disasters or more floods or earthquakes coming up too with this eclipse. It's also coming in. I'm seeing more like clashing, like big storms and clashing here with waves and storms coming about. But even with the weather, it's very unpredictable. Where I am in Sydney, which should be hot, we're very close to summer, but yet today today it's very cold. It's like winter again. I'm in my jumper again. So there's also, I feel like people want, as I said, wanting that stability, but it's going to be like a seesaw here. Emotionally charged, because we're dealing with the moon, so we're dealing with our emotions. And I feel like our emotions are going to be very set. Like we're going to be set in our ways. We're dealing with fixed energies, so we're going to feel maybe a bit stuck, or like we're not open to thinking things through. But at the same time, we're going into these deep thought patterns that are coming in. So like war of words. It's got here some people who I guess are more stronger or aggressive, and there could be a sense of wanting, to be heard, or their voices are not backing down too. I feel like also people are wanting a speedy recovery from setbacks that are coming in with this energy, because it's going to be a sense of pushing you forward or a motivation here because we've got dealing with Mars. It could be a sense of also feeling a little bit lost this week too. But this week ahead, I feel like it is going to be about moving forward and not looking back. Just keep moving ahead. When things are not going as well, we just, instead of looking backwards, we just look ahead to see what we can change or what we can do. And I have a feeling this week is about moving forward and having no regrets. And I feel like there could be a sense of just these different feelings or the energies that are coming up this week too. And I feel like knowing your value is going to be, and your worth is also going to be coming up, and what's fair and not fair coming up here as well this week. And there's going to be a sense of like hope, or people are really hoping and having this hope. And I was kept on getting, when I was writing my notes down, I keep on hearing that Michael Jackson song about healing the world. So I do feel like we've got this sense of people wanting to heal the world that's coming up this week too, with it. But so we've got all these energies, mixed emotions. As I said, I feel like it's just like these scales are out of balance here, because I've printed out this chart, and it's like, and even way through the week, we have these oppositions that are sort of here, going this way here with the chart. It's going to be a mixed. I just feel like some people are very, very charged up in what they are feeling, and it's going to look. It's about, we all have the tools to cope with these things, even though we feel like we don't. People who are stronger than others deal with things differently, but I just feel like our emotions are going to be really involved with this. But it's going to be a sense of like stubbornness as well, because we're dealing with Taurus, and Taurus are very stubborn people. And then we're dealing with this Scorpio energy, which is getting even. Whenever I have a friend, her Mars is in Scorpio, and whenever I see that, I always know not to make people angry. And I said that to her, and she said to me, "Yes, I don't get angry, I get even." And I felt like that was a very Scorpio thing to say. So there's going to be this sense of getting even, or even like revenge, or just thinking a different way, different way. Like I always feel like when someone's got their Mercury in Scorpio, they're able to sort of think in a, it's a manipulative way, but they think in a way to get what they want, which can be manipulative. Um, but it's good or bad. They think about how they can get what they want, and they'll think about how can I use their charm, or how can I get what they want, and they will do that person. So we've just got all these things that are coming in here too. I'm going to use. I got some new deck. Oh, we've got a caller here, so let's go to the caller. So we've got here Marky, who's in California.
Yes.
So hi, Mark. Hi, Marky. How are you?
I'm good. I'm okay. I could be better.
Okay. So how can I help you today?
Okay, so I was seeing this guy, and his name is John, and I am pregnant right now with his child, and it's kind of a messy situation. He has another child's mom, a baby mom, and he's currently with her. But he keeps in contact with me. He looks at my stories. We talk every day, and he said that he wants to help me heal.
Yeah, he wants to help
he's
you. But
also said, even if I loved you, I wouldn't tell you.
Yeah, he doesn't want to commit to you, this man. Like I feel like you love him more than what he's bringing back to you. So I do feel like it is a bit one-sided. And I do feel like you can do this. I do feel like you are a strong person, even though you feel like everything's not going the way that you want it to go. I feel like there are secrets with this man too. So I don't feel like that the other lady might not even know about you. I just feel like there's secrets with him. He doesn't want to tell you. He doesn't disclose everything, but at the same time, he wants to tell you. It's like he's trying to keep you nearby. he likes to have his choices open. He likes to have different things coming out. I feel like I get a 1, whether it be 1 year, 1 month, 1 week is a 1, where I feel like you're going to really, I don't say there's game playing here, but I feel like where you're ready to stand on your own 2 feet. I feel like you're kind of already there now, but it's like enough with 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 the storytelling as well, where you're going to choose yourself and your child. I want to say that too.
Does she know that I'm pregnant? Because he said that she does.
I don't think she does. I don't feel I feel like there's secrets with him. I see him whispering and seeing secrets. So I don't feel like she knows, or there's lies that he tells. This man likes to cover up his tracks, because I feel like this lady, she has a boundary, she has rules, and if you cross the boundary, that's it with her. So I do feel like, and again, I feel like a sense of money with this relationship. There's money. So I don't know whether or not he loses money if he's not with her, or if she has money. There's something about financial aspects with this. I feel like there's a fast ending here. It's a fast change that's coming in here. I do feel like he will help. There is a sense of helping financially, so I do feel like he will, but it's not everything that you need. I feel like you need more than what he may give you, too. There is also a sense of being patient.
I just hurt because I'm pregnant and I want to be with him. Like, I love this man, and I feel like I'm just getting hot and cold. Like, 1 minute, he literally looks at my Snapchat stories every day. I feel like he does love me. He'll even tell me, "Oh, like, what are you doing?" and just things like that. And I'm like, if he really didn't care, like, then there's always been something there me and him.
Yeah, he likes having someone there. That's the thing. This man likes different options, and he likes having someone there. That's what I feel like with him. But I feel like, look, there is an ending here though with this, and I just feel like there's a point where you're gonna, like, either you or him. I kind of feel like it's more you who's gonna cut this relationship, because I do see you standing on your own with your child, and being quite resilient and resourceful too, because I feel like there are people around you who are going to help you as well with this. I just got to leave it there with you. I'm sorry to cut it short, but thank you for calling in today. I know it was short, but just know that you're stronger than what you think you are. As I said, I see you standing with your child in your own power, and you're not going to be pushed around anymore. But he will help you, but it's not as much as you want it to be. Okay. So thank you. So guys, thanks for a great show. Happy lunar eclipse. It's happening on Sunday morning or Saturday night if you're in America. So if you want to contact me for a reading, you can. My details are Lady D Psychic Parties for my website and Facebook, Lady D Psychic for my Instagram and TikTok, and Lady D or Danielle Psychic for my YouTube. So thank you, and I'll see you same time, same place next week. Bye for now.
A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio. Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. I hope that you've all had an exciting and wonderful week that's been. So what's coming up